This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, or good evening. Welcome to WildEarth on our sunset drive this afternoon, at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera we have got Eckhard. Welcome to our sunset safari here at Djuma Private Game Reserve. We are sitting on Wendy this afternoon, and we've got Tessa and Odie on Rusty on the other vehicle. Well, anyway, welcome everybody. As you know, you can just see we are live, we are interactive. Please send us any comments, any questions, any suggestions for this afternoon, and go onto our social media platform on Twitter. Go hashtag WildEarth, or go onto our website wildearth.tv/channels. Make sure that you do register with us on that channel. And as well, if any kids under the age of 18 years old, please pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Well, anyway, welcome. I hope everybody had a great time watching Penguin Beach this afternoon. Apparently all talking about beautiful colors and colorations, and also how they do camouflage, with the penguins camouflaging with those rocks during the days and all that, which is actually amazing. We'd actually think something black and white on something brown would actually be really standing out. But talking about that, think about zebras. Zebras is a very huge and understanding factor of coloration. I mean, many times you'll find lions do single out certain individuals, and if they do hunt a zebra or a herd of zebra, you'll find they'll single out that weakest one or the oldest one, and as soon as the lions chase for the zebras, those zebras will run together. And with that black and white stripes, it really is very important, because it does confuse a lion on which individual it actually singled out, and sometimes they can get away, or the zebras can get away from being taken down by a lion due to the fact of that black and white coloration. As well, you must understand, black and white on a hot day, just like here at Djuma Private Game Reserve, you'll find black absorbs the sun, white reflects. So black, with the alternation of black, white, you'll find that it actually creates a wind thermal above the zebra's skin, so it actually can keep on nice and cool on those big open plains where they usually feed. So yes, coloration is very important here in the bush for animals, for predators, for prey. Always very good. But anyway, while we're talking about this hot weather, let's see what's happening with weather in Djuma.
It certainly is a very hot, sunny and colourful day where I'm sitting as well. I was driving down towards Treehouse Dam and I saw some ears pop up in the grass. And lo and behold, we have the beautiful Miss Swazi that is having a nap next to the den site. So I thought I'd pop in and say a quick hello. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here for the afternoon. Behind the camera today is Odie, and I'm very excited to be out and about today. There are so many colours. We've been looking at some bush willows and those kinds of things, and so we're going to show you as many as we can. But before we do, let's have a catch up with the very snoozy Miss Swazi. So it seems like at the moment she is just having a nice rest in the shade. Now she blends in incredibly well, talking about colours. And the only reason I saw her is because she lifted her head and I saw these two massive round ears popping out over the grass. She's chosen a very special spot here in the shade, very close to the entrance of the den site, but shady enough and in the breeze that she's nicely camouflaged and not reflecting too much light. Now, we had quite a special morning with her this morning and with the cubs. And speaking of colours, it was one of the things that I wanted to come and kind of chat about a bit today, because the colours of the cubs are changing so quickly. It's going to be a long time before they look anything like Swazi, but even if I compare the cubs we saw this morning between themselves and then still to Ribbon and Heart's cubs, a massive change in colours. But if you have a look at Swazi's coat, you'll see that she's got these very nice sandy colored patches, they're almost tawny, similar to a lion. And in between are those spots that we know so well, that spot pattern that we can recognize the different individuals by. Now, the reason this is so important is because she's chosen a shady spot because of that pattern. Of course, she blends in with the grass. Of course, she can use her camouflage when she needs to. But to lie in the shade means that her coat changes color completely. When we see her in the sun, we see this gorgeous reddish glow, a bit of gold reflecting. In the shade like this, you don't see any of that. You can just see the spots. Now, the cubs are still black because they camouflage in the dark entrance to the den. And as they get older, they start changing to brown as they're coming out more. And then eventually, their spot patterns develop like we have seen with Ribbon and Heart's cubs. But I'm always so shocked every time I see the cubs at how much their colors have changed, especially on their face. It starts first, just on the face as they're starting to lose that very thick, fluffy black hair. Now, I've been trying to listen. We can't hear any squeaks at all coming from the den. And you can see the entrance to the den is just as the sun starts. So the den site is quite warm. The termite mound as well will be attracting heat. And the angle that it's hitting the sun, that kind of raised slope, is going to make it really hot. So I really thought there wouldn't be anyone around here today. Not until quite a bit later. But we are going to sit and listen anyway, in case we hear some interactions between the cubs. With Swazi so close by, the cubs might know that she's here, they can smell her. So maybe we might get some action. But for the time being, it looks like Swazi is very happily napping in the shade, disguising herself. While we wait and see if we get a glimpse of any cubs, I'm going to send you over to Pridelands to say hello to a new old face who's keen to say hi.
Good afternoon and welcome to Pridelands, eco-training Pridelands here in the greater Kruger National Park, where it is a very nice and relatively warm afternoon. Hello everybody, my name is Steve Folkenbridge, joined by BK on camera, and welcome to Pridelands. Very nice to be back on camera. It's been a while. Just introduced myself and the star in my eye. I do apologize for it, but we will survive. But we are out and about driving this afternoon, very excited to be showing you things, and we thought we might just start off with a male lion. I hope that's okay. We have found a male lion that was picked up or located this morning. Might have been late last night that he's in this area. He's busy feeding. So nice to be seeing a lion on my first activity back in the wilderness. And a male lion not just being there, but feeding. Busy feeding on a male impala, who slowly but surely the male impalas are going to get a little bit more on the radar of the predators. It's nearly that time for the rutting season once again. Can't believe it's gotten around to that time already. So the vigilance and the solitude some of these male impalas find themselves in this time of year is often their downfall. Wild woman, thank you so much. It is wonderful to be back. I've been enjoying myself down in the garden route, down at the coast. Having just come out of a nice long meditation retreat last week, I'm feeling very calm, very relaxed, very energized, and very full of life. So very excited to be back on Pridelands and showing you some of the wonders this property has to show you. And although this lion is in a little bit of shade, I'm excited that so much of the grass is still in inflorescence, because I'm going to be delving into some of the small bits and pieces that we find around. And, well, this is one of the best times of year to identify grasses. So very excited for that. And I think this male lion is hanging around with Ngati Pride. That's been spending most of their time on the western sides here of Balule.
So we've come down to check the second den site where the older cubs have been. And lo and behold, the same, or maybe I would think the same, male impala that we had here this morning is still here. And he's camouflaging exceptionally well behind a bush willow. Now what I want to do while we are here, the wind has picked up, so there's a lot of rustling in the leaves. But he looks very alert in the opposite direction of the den site. So I want to have a listen. Maybe we'll get to hear whatever it is that he seems to be alerted by. He seems to have gone back to feeding for now. But when he does look up, he seems to be looking towards the area of Treehouse Dam. Might be worthwhile for me to go and have a look there. But I loved how as he moved into the shade there, oh, that's the opposite direction, his color changed, now even in the sun. Oh, he's seeing something. I can hear a bird alarming too.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm still sitting here at Chilapan. I'm just taking a look carefully around this pan for any signs of tracks and things that's been moving around here for the day. As you know that we did have a bit of rain for the last 2-3 days, and because of that the humidity is quite high, and we're thinking maybe something would have come down here like buffalo, elephant, rhino, or even warthog to come down and wallow. Of course, as you can see here, I've got a beautiful track here, but this is not too fresh, maybe from yesterday. It looks like yesterday afternoon. It's a very round, big track, almost like a huge, what you call a zebra hoof, almost like a single toe, but it's not a single toe. Yeah, in the center, we've got the center that cuts pretty much the hoof into half. So it's got 2 nails on this hoof. So this is pretty much a buffalo. So a buffalo comes down here, and they usually come down and wallow in these kind of pans during these hot days, especially the male buffalo. I've only seen one track here at the moment. I know that we did get a male buffalo yesterday afternoon, and I think that's where this buffalo, of course, or this track comes from. So if he came down here, but this is pretty much an ungulate. So the ungulate is a typical, you've got your 2 nails on the hoof, and there's an even-toed ungulate. And I always have to just take a look behind me, because you never know what's coming around here, because I am really much around a pan where it's still quite hot, so you never know what to actually approach. So always have to be very, very much aware. As well, you must understand, in these pans, don't just approach these pans. Sometimes over the night or during the daytime, it could have been a crocodile that came through, going from pan to pan. So these kind of waterholes, you have to really be careful and really kind of keep your eyes open, and you don't just want to approach it and you know what's going to happen. Lorna, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on WildEarth on our sunset safari. Why why is the mud different colors here around the pan? Well, Lorne, you must understand, at the pan, I'm just going to go down there, see if Ego can follow me. Of course, the water is going down. The water is subsiding at the moment. So if it subsides and goes further down, this water here, or this grey here, is much muddier. It's more of a clayey kind of soil, and it's also very wet. It's still wet because the water used to be up here, and it's just going down slowly. So this has still got a lot of moisture. This mud here, still got a lot of moisture in it. As you can see, there's still a lot of moisture. Of course, the further I come up here, more this soil here itself has been baked for longer in the sun. So if I take here, there's just really much dry soil, and it's a little bit more coarse sand compared to your clay mud that's a little bit further down. So that's definitely your different colorations that you get in here is all due to, of course, the dampness of the soil or of the mud itself. So this is still very wet here. And of course, because of this humidity today and over the last few days, yes, we did have a little bit of rain, but not enough to actually really fill up these or this waterhole further than over here now. So of course, it's still going down and still depleting quite a bit. And on top of that, if an elephant does wallow, or rhino, buffalo, warthogs, they'll tend to do the mud wallowing, caking their body full of mud, and of course protecting their skins from the elements, from the sun, and as well as to pretty much to of course on the mud as well, just to suffocate any parasites. And if they do that, they'll come to the tree like this, and then they'll rub the mud off their body to peel those parasites off. And that's where you'll find all this mud right up to here. You can see a big male or big elephant came through here to actually rub the mud off. But anyway, let's head to Tess and see what's happening with her in the shade.
I'm not hiding in the shade, Cedric, but Swazi certainly is having a big stretch. And I'm hoping getting ready to move, but I think that is wishful thinking on such a hot day. And we had a little glimpse of an impala earlier, very possibly the same ones that were here this morning that Swazi was watching. Didn't look very relaxed, but he was also standing in the sun in broad daylight, reflecting the red on his coat, looking rather nervous. But you can see Swazi does not share this sentiment. She is very happily snoozing, and this would make a lot of sense to me. I didn't think there'd be anyone here because it's so hot, but having a very tiny newborn cub would be a pretty good reason to stay right next to the den site, I would think. Wanting to make sure that cub is fed and cared for and protected. But look at the gorgeous day that we've got here today. A little bit of cloud buildup, beautiful blue skies, and of course a lot of greenery. Now the area that we're in is one of my favorite to drive through because it's on a seapline. And the seapline, especially now in this kind of autumn section that we're in, the autumn season, all of the bush willows, which is the majority of the trees that we see in this section, are changing color. So as we drive and as we go, we're seeing a lot more pops of yellow and red, and of course a very beautiful bright green. The green is the majority of what you can see at the moment. But as we look around and as we move, you'll see different bush willows looking slightly different. And that's because they're going to lose their leaves. So it looks totally different in summer. In winter we can see for ages. But this little section, because it's a seapline, it's got a little bit more water, but the colors are definitely starting to change. So what I did notice on Swazi earlier, there's a little bit of pink showing on the cheek area. Now, unfortunately, we can only see it properly when Swazi lifts her head, but you can see a little smidge of it there underneath her ear. Looks like she's, there we go, had some wounds on the side of her face. Look at that. And now you can see the bare pink skin underneath where there's no hair growing on the scars. But it looks like it's healed nicely. And indicators like that, little changes in color of the coat or the skin, or for Swazi, the little patch of pink on the nose, are perfect ways for us to identify Swazi. So brilliant for different animals in the bush. While we watch Swazi snoozing, I want to have a listen. The sound of the leaves moving in the wind today is gorgeous, but at the same time I'm sneakily hoping for some sounds of the cubs or maybe another hyena. So let's have a listen and just take in a little bit of that scenery while Swazi's having a nap. I'm really loving those colorful little patches you can see on her coat as the little tiny pieces of light are coming through the leaves. You can see how her coat color is changing. Golden and beautiful in the sun. And I'd love to see the cubs in that light as well. See how their coat color differs in shade to sun. But I think if I was Swazi, I would be doing exactly the same thing. Shady spot, in the wind, close to the den site, and happily snoozing away.
Pridelands, where a very hungry lion sits under the tree. So those of you who are a bit grossed out or a bit sensitive, we do have a lion with an impala kill here. Sometimes it can be a bit difficult for some people to watch, but it is the cycle of life. Predators feed on meat. They selectively remove individuals from the population, and they generally keep things in balance. So this male lion, it's very nice, as I said before, to have him in the middle of the day, busy eating. That's why I say he must be hungry. Or maybe he expects another lion to turn up at some point and compete with him for the rest of it. So he's going to gobble it up before that happens. So we're right here on the sort of northern side, close to HQ. There's a watering hole nearby. So I wouldn't expect this guy to go too far. There's still a fair amount of meat on that impala. Looking at the back legs, you'll be able to break up and chew on most of the bones, apart from the biggest and thickest parts of the spine. Some of the leg bones might not be that easy to chew or break, but he will do his best. Without the use of an ambient mic right now, you can't really hear it, but he is crunching away and smashing bones right now. Ideally won't leave anything behind for anybody else. Trying to crush open bones to get at that marrow. Sometimes a little bit of sinew gets caught, a little bit of fur in the throat, and leads him to sneeze like he just did now. I'm not sure exactly who this lion is, but he's a nice big boy. Lots of marks on the face, big mane. is in very good condition, just from I can see from the face, seeing the body. Nasbit wants to know how many lion prides traverse the side of Providence. I'm only aware of the Ngati Pride. They're a decent sized pride, I think 16 or 17 in the pride. We're right on the western sort of boundary of Balule. So the western boundary is the fence line that runs up the whole of the northern, well, up to the north and the south of the Kruger. So there's no immigration of lions in from the west. There's only lions towards the east and the north and the south. So last time I was here, we had Lagatha, we had the Ngati Pride up and down, and there were a few young males that were moving through. But as far as I'm aware, this area and north and south and to the east of it into Boston are all pretty much run by one large pride. I do cover a number of different properties. As we've seen in other areas we traverse, lions don't stick to these small boundary lines that we have. They move where they want to, and they cover 2, 3, 4 properties, depending on the size of them. Crunching away with the front and the side of the teeth now. Okay, thank you. It's lovely to be back. I didn't hear the rest of your comment there. That broke up slightly, but it is lovely to be back. I'm excited to be out and about. Definitely a lot warmer up here than it's been down in the garden route. Kay wants me to hug a tree. Well, I am absolutely certain that that's going to happen very, very soon. It's just a little small technical issue with the Bushwalk backpack, which we'll hopefully address pretty soon. And then BK and myself are quite excited to get out and about on foot once again. But what a way to start. We wouldn't be giving you these views on foot this afternoon, although lions can get very habituated to us here in the vehicle. On foot, it wouldn't quite be as sort of easy to view, or definitely wouldn't get the same kind of scenes. Okay, well, we're going to send you back over to Tess and Djuma.
Thank you, Steve. It's so good to have you back. Goodness gracious, it's been a while. So I've just arrived at Treehouse Dam, and it is looking lovely as usual. And very exciting for me is I get to catch up with the lapwing family. And I've been having a look for them. They're on the opposite bank, so we've got a different view of the dam today. We've stopped on one of the roads on the kind of northwestern side. And I can see the lapwings. I'm very impressed by how big the little ones are getting. As far as I understand, there are still 2, although we've only seen 1 this afternoon, but we've only been here for a minute, so maybe. These ones are, maybe a month old now, a little bit more than that. So from here, it might take another month, maybe. That's about an average of 2 months where most of their juvenile plumage is gone. So I would think it would be about another month from now, considering we found these lapwings a kind of midway, almost towards the end of my last cycle. I've been away for 2 weeks, so we should be close to a month. Should be another month. It would be very exciting to see when it actually happens, if these two adults manage to get the chicks to adulthood, because it's quite a high mortality rate in ground birds. Oh, I can hear thunder. We're being stalked. The hippo has popped his head out to say hello. Oh, apologies everybody. It seems that there were a few black screens. I think we had a bit of a dip in the internet connection, but it looks like we're back and up and running. I apologize, but Treehouse Dam, beautiful hippo, some lovely pink on his ears to welcome you back. Apologies for that, everyone. So we've been chatting about all of the different life, myself and Owen, that comes down to Treehouse Dam. We're talking about some of the butterflies. Of course, the lapwing family was the first little thing I wanted to catch up with, because it was such a special little thing to have here last cycle, seeing the lapwings hatch and kind of grow up from there. And I've been super impressed by how calm everything is. The water levels dropped, I can tell you that much, but other than that, everything's looking pretty good. Still colourful, which blows my mind, because we should be drying out severely by now. But there's been a little inkling of rain here and there, and I think that's really helped everything. Ah, the hippo's gone underwater. That's the noise you heard. It sounds like Cedric is having a very entertaining afternoon. So while I sit here and just appreciate and look for the other little chick, other little blacksmith lapwing, I'm going to send you to Cedric, who seems to be digging himself a hole that could not possibly get any bigger. Let's have a look.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, I'm pretty much sitting in a big hole here. So this is now, of course, been created by an elephant. It's one of the nicest ways to actually, for survival-wise, if you're in the bush and there's no water around, what you do, you actually walk around these river areas, these river beds, and the elephants, what they do, they've got such fantastic sense of smell. So they can smell about water for about 1.5 meters to 1.5 meters underground. So when they do smell it, they'll start using their trunks, and some of them with their tusks and their trunks, and they'll actually kind of scoop the sand away. And the more they do it, and the deeper they go, of course, then they get to nice clean water. So it's also a good thing. So if you're walking in the bush and you find this hole, like I just did now, there was no water here, I just started really digging. Water! Yes, as you can see, lots of water here. And the further I go, the more it becomes. Now it's a big puddle that I've got here, almost like a swimming pool. So it's absolutely, so if you're actually getting hot and you also need to take a dip, dig a little bit deeper and wider, you can actually take a little bit of a dip inside here. And definitely I'm not going to jump in there now at this point of time. I've got a lot of equipment on me, so unfortunately I cannot get those things wet, or else then I'll be in trouble. So I'd rather just I'll just sit on the side of this water pan. But yeah, and of course you know that this water is good to drink. Just let it wait for a couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes. It is very muddy. It is very muddy at the moment, as you can see. You've got to wait for 10-15 minutes. It is very muddy, so you can't drink it straight away. You've got to wait for this water to really kind of, or the mud, sediment, to kind of settle down at the bottom, and then you'll get really nice clean water, because you must remember this water has been filtered through all the sand underground, so you can't get cleaner water than this. It does have a little bit of a pungent smell. I don't know, you know, maybe it's just because I'm standing in something or stepping in something, or I'm sitting here, but yeah, the water is it's good to drink. It looks like chocolate milkshake at the moment. Yeah, like chocolate milkshake, and my stomach at this point in time, this year, I don't think it'll be a good thing, but you can still drink it after it settles the sediment. I'm not going to, as I said, I've got all the equipment. So I think Eckhard, sitting behind the camera, I think he's got his hands up at the moment. He's going to come and take a dive into this water. No, it's a little bit small. It's about, I think you can only really use 1 foot inside here. So yes, as I can see, but the good thing what's a good thing is you open this up for other animals. So you find other animals, instead of going all the way to the big dams, to those, like where the water sources are, they can come to these little dug out little holes by the elephants, and they can come and drink from here. So it's a win-win situation for a lot of animals here in the bush. You can see there's another one a little bit further down, another hole this side. I just want to see how deep this is. Yeah, this is not as deep, but of course the elephants do know better. They will know exactly where to dig and how deep and what perfect area is to dig into. So yes, yeah, survival number 101. Oh, all right, I'm not going to go in there. There's a big hole there. So yeah, I do value myself as to live on this planet. I don't want to die very young.
And here we are still with our large male lion, who's moved off slightly from the carcass, just into a bit more shade, to the thick, dense vegetation. Certainly in the next few moments, after he's caught his breath, going to slump down into the thick grass, not to be seen again. He's only about 3, maybe 4 meters from the road. But if you didn't know he was there, if you can zoom out a bit, Biggs, have a look at the vegetation, and he's just swallowed, completely swallowed. He's just there. I can see him because I'm looking right at him, but if you stopped your car right here, decided to just go walking through there, like some people do sometimes, you would have absolutely no idea. And if he's lying down, there's no chance. So this time of year, the density of the bush is very, very, very thick. A wonderful time of year for plant and tree identification, but not the best time of year. It's getting there. It's getting towards the best time of year, but not the best time of year for game viewing, because animals can be just 5 to 10 meters off the road and you don't see them because of the density of the vegetation. That's why most people tend to come on safaris here in Africa, South Africa anyway, during our winter months, when most of the leaves and vegetation has dwindled to a point where you can see much deeper into the vegetation, much deeper into the bush either side. But coming into the summer months and into the early, late autumn months can also have its benefits. Impala rutting, baby impalas, flowers earlier on.
We have got a very interesting development here. You've just seen the chick leave the frame on the top left, but the 2 adult lapwings are currently trying to intimidate a monitor lizard that's in the water. They've just chased the chick away, and they keep coming back to, look there, they're kind of harassing the small monitor lizard. And I think it's just trying to make its way to that log, just to get some sun. But it got quite close to the chick. A little bit of a heart-racing moment there, and I can see some terrapins in the background moving, but This monitor lizard is what caught their attention. Monitor lizards will eat eggs, they'll eat chicks, they'll even eat other lizards if they need to. And I think it's just going to climb up onto that log. Now it just shows how good the intimidation tactics are. If you look at those lapwings, how they've managed to dissuade this monitor lizard. Wow. That's quite unbelievable. So we have got quite a few interesting things happening here with the terrapins in the background. The last time I was here watching the chicks, there was a terrapin stalking one of the chicks. Now we've got a monitor lizard that's been coming past the family. And of course, all of this might be brought about by the massive weather changes. If you listen carefully, I'm hoping you can hear the thunder. But the clouds are immense, even the hippos coming out of the water. Out of the blue, we've got this massive storm cloud looming over us. It's that dark blue color, which tells me it's going to be quite a serious storm when it hits. And this is normally what our summer storms are like, so it's a bit strange to have it in autumn, but I'm loving the coloration that it's giving everything, because it's given everything a bit of a dull glow with a blue gloom in the background. I think the hippo is very impressed too. Ah, there we go. The monitor lizard is safely on top of the log, sunbathing. So this is strategic. Try and get warm before the storm hits and everything cools down. This monitor lizard can't control its body temperature. So unfortunately, it's going to have to rely on getting some heat in before the storm hits. Very well camouflaged though. Now, I do want to just correct myself as well while we are here. I'm working on the dates of when we found these little chicks and how old they would be now. I think they are around a month. Within the next 10, 15 days, they should already be fledging. So they might hang around the adults, but they should be fledging. They won't be close to the adults unless the adults need help with the next brood. And then in the next month to 2 months, they start changing over to adult plumage and then completely lose that juvenile plumage. So the 40 days is that fledging period, and then the up to 2 months is from fledging. So that should happen in the next 10 days or so. 10, 15 days. Very exciting stuff going on here. We've just had a little patch of sun break through the clouds, so I just want to watch those lapwings. Hopefully we can pick up on the movement, because we've only seen one chick. And I want to see where the other one might be, but let's have a listen to that storm coming in while we watch. Marisi, hippos would have big teeth primarily for defense and for fighting each other. So hippos are very strictly territorial, especially the males. So the males have larger tusks than the females. But imagine being a hippo out of the water at night when the predators are active. You've got a baby to defend, or a family, and you come across a pride of lions, and all you've got is a big body. It won't really work too well. So what they have to have is tusks for defense, which helps a lot, because then they can bite through just about anything. They are more dangerous than any other animals out here. And then at the same time, if this male is fighting with another male, he needs to know that he can defend himself, but also attack if he needs to. And so that's where the tusks really come in handy. It's also why you'll see the coloration difference on the backs of a lot of male hippos, with all the scarring from fighting where they bite each other. So those tusks leave quite a pink scar on the skin when it breaks through. Wow, that was massive lightning. Did you see that, Owen? So we've got some lightning coming in just above that very dead tree. Grace, the weather is changing because Swazi has now been declared a girl and is a mum. I wish that was the case. It would be quite incredible if nature celebrated as much as we do when we solve these mysteries. But in reality, it's just been a few very hot days. And so what happens is on the hot days, like in our typical summer, which is why I say this is weird, but in our typical summer, with the very hot days that we've had, it builds up the moisture in the air from all the evaporation. It builds up these massive thunderstorms. We get a flash thunderstorm. It comes down really hard, and then it disappears. Everything cools down, and then we go back to normal in the heat. This one feels like it might be a little bit more serious than just a flash thunderstorm. There's a lot of thunder and lightning coming in now. Safety first, absolutely. Thank you, Rebecca. So what we're going to do while we are powering down for the lightning to get out of this area, we're going to send you over to sunny Cedric, who's having a lot of fun on that side.
Hi, welcome back. Yes, it's funny, eh? The Tess is not too far from us, and it's she's got a huge cloud coming above. You see that lightning? Sorry, it's huge lightning there. I think it's a good idea that she heads back that side. I just want to see which direction it is heading. But on top of that, before that rain does come, I just want to show you quickly. I know that is, unfortunately, lightning is very dangerous. I've got one of the conductors that you can use if you're really in an open vehicle. Mind me quickly, I think I have done this one, yeah. So one of the conductors that I do use is, of course, the African weeping wattle. The African weeping wattle, to me, is a beautiful tree. It's a beautiful tree, got no thorns on it. And why I'm calling it a weeping wattle? Because there is a certain spittle bug that draws the sap out of it and looks like it's like raining or like crying, weeping, African weeping wattle. Of course, a wattle tree, beautiful for furniture, fantastic wood. On top of that, before that rain comes and lightning, so of course you grab these leaves, they're nice and soft, and you just poke them inside your cap. I always like doing this. This is like one of my rain tricks. So many times I'll put them in my cap, and just to make sure, you like kind of a little bit of accessories. So I want to get some nice long ones here, because what they can do, if the rain does start coming down, it actually just, instead of the rain really falling, going into your ears and really messing your ears up and all that, I actually just kind of put it in my cap. I just don't want to mess that thing up. All right, there we go. I think that should be good there. And on top, you need to grab a nice branch. You have to get a nice branch. And why? It's a good... All right, we can try and get this branch off. All right, so yes, it does look funny. It look like a little goofy. Okay, so this is, of course, our lightning conductor. So we're going to have that. And we've got the rain protection. And we've got the right lightning conductor. So let's, I think that's going to be the best. So in case any lightning, it's going to strike that. And definitely we will be safe. No, I'm actually just joking about that part. I don't think, don't do that at home. Don't trust me. Don't believe me. That's don't go according to what I say. But these things do help. So these things definitely helps with the rain, I still believe. So of course, just to let the raindrops fall. And of course, sometimes a lot of the air pressure, like certain pressure or the certain fronts, will push certain flies, especially those small flies. So now, of course, you get away with the flies as well. So you take the magic worry bush and get rid of the flies. And it always does help. So yeah, so there's a lot of ways to kind of really assist yourself in the bush without really getting rained and wet, and of course struck by lightning and irritated by flies, of course. So yes. That's why I always make sure. Anyway, let's continue. I'm heading towards Cheetah Cut Line. And I think Cheetah Cut Line, let's do it. I'm trying to see where that storm is heading. I think it's a little bit on the western side, so I'm quite far east of the property, which is a good thing. As you can see, it's still very hot here. So warm in this part. And I mean, we're not even about 4 kilometers from Tessa, where she was. So yes. Anyway, let's move to Cheetah Cut Line. Let's also trying to, okay, On a more serious note, I think I'm still trying to look for lumber as well. So I am looking around for her tracks. So I have taken a look at a couple of the mud wallows around here, or further back. I haven't seen anything that side. Yeah, good golly, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, no, good golly. Can you believe for this rain that's just all of a sudden appeared? But the whole thing is, especially after the last 3 days of a little bit of rain that we did have, the humidity was very high today. So because of the humidity being so high, I think it definitely created a lot of moisture in the air, and it just built up really along the Drakensberg escarpments on the western side there. But yeah, now I can all of a sudden see this wind that's just come through now. It's really pushing through. So if it's pushing that way, I'm going to try and go ahead of it. I don't want to get caught up in that rain, but it is a big cloud. But yeah, good golly, can you believe? I thought it was when I was standing at Cello Pan, I did not even see hardly any clouds in the sky. Now all of a sudden, there's plenty of clouds. As of course, talking about camouflage and coloration as well. I mean, you see Rusty, you see Wendy, we are pretty much got like a green, olive green color. And I think it's always a good thing, especially getting close. Get my accessories right here. Has become quite windy now, so the wind has really picked up quite a bit. I'm still just keeping an eye on that cloud that's behind us, but that's fine. We'll do well, we'll get around it. Let's just work around it. Long-term plan, yeah, for the drive. I just want to try and get some sort of track so we can at least really try and look into where Tlalamba and her little cubs have gone to. It'll be nice to see if they're literally going further west. But maybe I'm going to head towards Buffelshoek Dam. Maybe Buffelshoek Dam will be a good idea. Just take a look around those water holes and watering areas. It's always activity before there's enough water around after these rains. Yeah. The flies, I'm beating up the flies. There's lots of little flies around. I always want to get rid of them.
Wind has definitely picked up. It seems and smells like it might be stormy down south, but for now up here towards our area still seems to be quite good. But what we were hoping was not going to happen was our male lion was going to lie down in the grass, and now he's done just that. invisible. Invisible, a 250 or 230 odd kilogrammed animal, 500 pound or so animal, has just vanished in the dense grass there. And well, we were lucky that he was up as long as he was. Normally this time of day a lion is a flat cat, but we've been quite fortunate with his activity, and he will be here probably for the next few hours into the evening, and then he'll finish the impala at some point. And who knows what he'd do after that. Probably go for a drink at some point. But there's no urgency in the life of a male lion, especially one that has already found himself a meal and is only within 100 yards of some water. A nice shady spot under this very nice combretum. A bit of a cushion of grass to keep himself nice and comfortable. What more does a big male lion need? Company, perhaps? He's not too bothered. He'll do it all on his own. Quite used to being on their own for long periods. So the storm that's pulling in this side is probably the tail end of what's hitting KZN at the moment. KwaZulu-Natal is experiencing, after last night, enormous flooding. It's close to 300 or 250 mils in some places in one evening, which is an enormous amount of rainfall. And it's all here on the eastern side of South Africa, so it's sort of late into the rainy season. And no doubt that is what is going to be hitting Djuma and probably other parts of the Lowveld in the coming days. Flying in this afternoon was quite turbulent. The air pressures are shifting. Sharon, KZN and the Kruger, although they are quite far apart, they all still share the same sort of side of the country, which is the eastern side, where all of the rain, well, a lot of the rain comes from the Indian Ocean, the warm Indian Ocean. And we get these big tropical storms that build off in the Indian Ocean and they move inland. And often the same storm that hits us here, or the same system that hits us, not the same storm specifically, but the same system that hits us or hits KZN is the same. Not necessarily the exact part of it, but these things can be enormous, and they do move. So just the tail end of what's moving inland down south, we might just get a little bit of a lick of that from the one side. Not sure how much will reach this side, but definitely when these big systems pull in, they can completely take over the eastern side. And the whole eastern side of South Africa is summer rainfall, determined by the shifting or the movement of the warm currents, the evaporation of the water, and then all moving inland, hitting the Drakensberg Mountains and then falling down here in the Lowveld. Coralie says it hasn't stopped raining in Joburg. I was at Joburg for about half an hour this morning. I didn't see any rain. I was just at the airport. So I don't know what time it started raining today, but Joburg also falls underneath the same weather pattern as KZN or here, although it's a little bit higher. It could also fall under the same system. If the system is big enough, these weather cells that pull in can cover enormous areas, and of course they move, remember, so they don't stay in one place. But since I've been here, arrived at about 12 o'clock, oh, he's up. He can't help himself. The wind is moving. I arrived at about 12 o'clock and everything was very still. It was quite muggy. And since we've been out and drive, the temperatures dropped quite a lot with the wind. And the wind rustling around, the leaves and the grass rustling. A male lion or a leopard or a predator can't help themselves at the noises. It's always potentially the movement of something. And for him, it's possibly the movement of someone coming to steal his food, or it could be another animal, but he's not too bothered right now. I think mainly he's just a little bit uncomfortable in the heat with a full belly, but he has found himself a nice patch of shade. How's your view there, Beeks? Okay, it's about as good as we can get, right now. He's panting very heavily. Many people ask why big predators pant so heavily, and there's two reasons, obviously. One being to cool themselves down. There's an assist in cooling themselves down in the panting, but after they've eaten, their tummy is so full that it actually pushes up the diaphragm, which decreases their lung surface area. You know, when you take a really deep breath, your lungs expand down into your stomach. But if your stomach was so full that that area was sort of a blockage or a wall, the lungs aren't able to extend as far. And so you find these big cats, after eating, panting quite heavily, because it's almost as if they're short of breath, because their lungs aren't operating at their full potential. And the mouth being open as well, a bit of wind blowing over the jowls to cool down. Massive big nostrils sucking in the oxygen. It's actually quite meditative, his very powerful breathing. Definitely could get himself into quite a heightened state. Spas, you'd like to know how the storm affects animals? Well, there's a few things that could happen. First of all, if there is a lightning storm, some animals are potentially prone to being hit. It's not that lightning is looking for any particular individual, but trees get hit, and with it, certain animals do sometimes fall victim. There was some evidence last year. I think Swalu had some giraffe. There's evidence of hippos. Many different animals have been killed. We found duiker before, but that's not really the biggest fear. But the storm itself, what it does is it brings in enormous amounts of wind. The wind moves everything around, and when your sense of hearing is one of your primary senses for survival, he's gone down again. Primary senses of survival, when everything's moving because of the wind, it's very hard to detect a predator. So we often find predators are very successful after very windy, stormy days, because they're able to sneak up on their prey animal very easily. If you tried to walk through this grass here, it would be impossible to not make any noise. Even a lion walking through this grass would still make a small amount of noise, as careful as he walks. Just the grass is sort of, it moves, it makes a crunching, rustling sound. So if the wind is moving it around constantly, animals have no sense of hearing, and that is a huge security element for them. You notice how many of our prey animals have got very large ears, and so they can often be caught. They're then reliant primarily on their eyesight and possibly smell, but then the wind is also wafting the smell all over the place. So even the smell is a very difficult part to really center on. So then it's eyes, and then everything's moving, so then the eyes aren't even working. So it becomes a very difficult thing for some of our animals, and you'll often find them going out into either open areas where it's much more easy to see, there's less rustling, or they'll be hiding behind rocky verges or some form of blockage that's preventing the wind from buffering through. And so definitely we do see an increase in predation during storms like that. So the storm has hit Djuma quite strongly. So we are going to be sending you into repeat shortly while we just wait for it to abate a little bit. And hopefully we'll be back with you really soon.
Oh, she's probably trying to dry off. And this morning with the dogs was a great example of how animals just get wet. There is... Oh, battle. Be careful, squirrel. It's a young water monitor, but it could really hurt her. claiming this tree as theirs. Standoff. Mammal versus reptile. I don't actually think they're fighting everyone. The monitor was lying there, but he won't be happy if a squirrel gets closer. Two of them just staring at each other. This is the same squirrel, I'm sure of it. It is the female, and it is the one that moved her babies the other day, or baby, so we did only see one. But she took the baby over to a tree on the other side, but she seems to be spending most of her time here. But we've just been hoping that one day we're going to get lucky and we're going to see her carrying her little baby. We just missed it the other day. Linda Poley, you're saying this is such a oh my word moment. It is very bizarre. That's why it's sometimes good to just stop. But you're right, Linda. This is a very young water monitor. The squirrels may be still in shock after all of that rain. But even this morning on quarantine, we just stayed the whole, and we knew it was going to rain, we just didn't know when. And we just stayed the whole morning with the hyenas, and it was worth it, because in the end, the dogs came. Sometimes it's good to just sit still and see what comes to you. I feel like this sighting is bizarre. I'm not sure, Sarah. I would imagine so. The lizards haven't had much sun today. In fact, there's been almost none. They're probably low on energy, and they both use this fallen over knobthorn. So there's very little chance that they are not aware of one another's presence. We've been seeing this squirrel in this tree for about a week now, and the monitors are always here. They both utilize this as a habitat. It's a fantastic tree, actually. I even use it to mark water levels in my own sort of head. And yeah, I think she would just stand there if it was a bigger one. I'm not entirely what she's doing. Squirrels are normally full of beans. Maybe she's just trying to dry it off. But animals will do all sorts of things to protect their offspring. So maybe she's got her baby back in that nest in the knobthorn. And maybe she's just trying to stop the monitor lizard from getting any closer. The birds are chirping. Everything's coming out since the rain's gone off. It's only just gone off. We didn't even think we were going to get out on time. This shows you how quickly the weather changes here. Okay, I think we're going to stay here just a tad longer, but we are going to send you guys over to Tessa.
Goodness, that certainly sounds like quite the interaction between those two. It's amazing how all of these animals can become so tenacious, so protective. I can't imagine if there was a lizard the size of me. I suppose it would have to be a dinosaur. I can't imagine having a face-off with a dinosaur. Well, in essence, that's what the squirrel is doing. Wow. Survival of the fittest, everybody. Survival of the fittest. I can tell you that thanks to the rain. Okay, we're going to head over to Lauren quickly to that interaction.
A little bit of action there. Lizard got up, squirrel ran back. Gert said he saw movement in that stump. I didn't see it. But if there's movement in the stump, then it's not mum, which means the young or the baby, I don't know if it's more than one, is in there. And that's what she's doing. How fascinating. But the baby that we saw, I'm not able to show you the photo, but it's tiny. It's very, very small. It's not mobile or any... Oh, she goes up, she goes up. Okay, she's gone in. She disappears just like that. There must be a real hollow sort of tube in there that she can go all the way down and make sure she keeps her babies safe. I hope she doesn't think about bringing them out now. In all my time here, we have, seen rescued squirrels and orphan squirrels, but never seen this in the wild. And it was very cool, I must say. Miss Rowan's class. She's a mama. She's got babies there. That lizard could definitely hurt or even eat one of her very small little babies. They're different species, remember. Not all the organisms out here are friends, I'm afraid, so she's just not very happy that there's an intruder in her nest area in the form of a monitor lizard. And he just wants his space. He doesn't want anyone interrupting his routine in his space, which is why he isn't the biggest fan of her. Most mothers in the animal kingdom will do whatever it takes to protect their offspring, whatever they can do. I wonder if she'll come back out again or if that's it. WildEarth lover. I don't really know what you mean. You get squirrels all around the world, but there are different species. So just like there are different species of antelope, or there are different species of butterfly, you do get... Sorry, I thought I saw movement there as well, but I think it's just my bad eyesight. There are different species of squirrel. This is a tree squirrel. And in the UK, we get lots of squirrels as well. We get the grey squirrel, the red squirrel, and some of our squirrels can actually be very problematic. Ah, is that her? Yes. Hello again. I thought I saw movement. Sweet. But yes, there are different species, so I'm not actually familiar with the species you get in North America, I'm afraid. But this is a tree squirrel. And this is actually quite a petite squirrel. You do get much bigger species. The red squirrel and the grey squirrel in the UK are much bigger. But I'm not familiar with the species in North America. This one's particularly petite. Malaki, generally speaking, the water monitors don't change color. Not like a chameleon, if that's what you're sort of referring to. They can darken normally when they're very, very cold. You'll find that they look a lot darker. Whereas when they're warm and they've seen lots of sun, they will lighten in color. But generally speaking, they don't change color. Nothing like the chameleons.
Welcome back. We're still with this breeding herd of elephant, slowly moving to the east. So we're going to observe what they're going to do and which area they like to move in the area. We're going to follow them and let's enjoy the sound of an elephant grazing in the area and browsing at the same time.
Seems like they are up and going. They've started greeting one another, so I don't think it's going to be too long until they start moving.
On Zoe's Road, I'm approaching at Berenati in junction with Zoe.
Whew. I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's a lot of, it's almost like a squeaky toy, the noise that they make. So this is normally the greeting ceremony that they do before they go up and then start becoming active and moving around. So hopefully this is the beginning. All of them greeting one another. There are quite a few of them missing, but at least there's some action. Just guys, don't go behind the Djuma man. Let's just wait. Oh, there you see they're popping out on this side, and they might just pop in front of us. Oh, look at that. Sounds like some of the youngsters are being reprimanded for whatever reason. Going back there. Oh, there's a lot of ducks coming from a bunch of different directions. Ah, this Djuma man. Oh, I'm gonna come in front of us again. Oh, that's pretty cool. Gotta love the noises that they make. Let me just go forward. Don't know how much this is gonna help, but we're all running down the road, and they're going at quite a pace. These dogs really do need to know how to run. I'm just gonna pull to the side so that the cars behind us can have a view. Look at all those little heads popping up. So the ones in the middle, those are all the pups, as you can see by size. How epic were all of those sounds? It was chaos, and now they're all chilled. Beverly, yeah, it almost does sound like a little bird chirp. It's quite something, isn't it? It's really epic when they all do it at the same time. It's oh, what's happening there? Are you guys still playing around? They got us all excited, and then all of a sudden they just, you know, flew by onto the roads and just found the spot here, and it's almost like, okay, we ran too quickly. She's got maybe some brain rush or something like that. Too much blood flowing to their heads after that very quick run that they did, and now they're obviously exhausted again. Oh, it seems like Lauren has managed to find a better view of her cat, so let's head over to see if we can ID who it is.
Okay, let's stick our nose in. Oh no, he's moving again. He is stalking something. Look at that. Look, look, look. Looks like he's gonna pounce. Look at all here. It's really tricky to see, but it is. I think we might have been better where we were. Do you want me to reposition, or do you? Oh, the impala running along the damn wall. Look, look, look. Okay, they've stopped running, but they were running. I wonder if that's what's attracting his attention. Oh, look, they're all running. Run, run, run. Oh, he's up. He's up. We're not going to get a visual, but he's chasing something. He's chasing the impala. He's up the top. Oh, and look. No, there's people's heads in the way, but he's up. He's chasing those impala. I knew it. He ran all the way up the damn wall. What you gonna do now, boy? They've seen you. Or have they? My goodness, this is really tense. Shasha boy, they saw you. Do you know what I think is going to be nice is if we maybe quickly zip round now and get him on the damn wall. The impala have all ran. He's visible now. What do you think, Owen? Because there is a vehicle here, so let's just quickly zip around and try and get him from the other side. You ready? It's so nice to see a leopard sitting on top of a damn wall. Exciting. I knew it. I said to Owen, there's impala running. I knew he was looking at them, but it wasn't successful. You know that phrase, bite off more than you can chew? I think that's what happened there. There's impala. You were making the great migration, weren't you? And you spotted a leopard. Oh, how terrible. How awful. Is he still there? Okay. Okay, there is another vehicle here, so I'm just going to figure out how I'm going to position. No, he's mobile. Nope, he's not. I take that back. You gotta love it when animals do that to you. Poor Shasha. Oh, okay, that didn't quite go to plan. There we go. It was a very impressive rock climb though, Shasha. It was very impressive. You just didn't quite get what you were after, but that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Oh, the skies are looking heavy. I'm hoping it holds off naturally. Look at your pink nose. It's actually way better for us, for him to be out in the open on the damn wall like this. What you gonna do now, boy? This will happen for leopards all the time. Unsuccessful and failed attempts. That was actually a very special sighting. So we're gonna stay here as long as we can. Let's hope the lightning holds off. Hello. How are you this fine morning? You look very dark, which tells me you're wet. He's just a youngster. Smelling us. Do you smell my coffee with almond milk? Elephants can be very reactive, especially if they've had a rough night. There's been lots of thunder and lots of lightning and torrential downpours. They can actually be very reactive in the morning because they've had a hard night. We see you. That's a young boy. Off he goes. I just wonder if he's not on his own. So because it's so thick, I really can't see anything. So what we're going to do is just drive really slowly and see if we can spot any other big grey bodies. Elephants know you're there long before you know they're there, but you just don't want to drive too close to them, which startles them. But they're not startled because they didn't know you were there. They can hear you coming from long. Yes, there are more. Can you get them from here, Dove? It's not ideal. What a perfect sight time. We have literally just bumped into some ellies tearing apart the tree. But this is actually a good thing. The hyenas are somewhere here. So maybe between all of us we can listen, we can hear the ellie. But if we can pick up on some whoops or contact calls, that's going to be such a winner for us right now. I'm not off-roading after highly mobile hyenas in the dark. The little ones. Oh. say hello. Hello. We don't have any lights on. Elephants can get irritated by lights. Have any lights on. This is solely infrared. You guys listen and just enjoy this. Elephants on a hot summer's night. You had to push that over right in front of our tree. Right in front of our car, sorry. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, girl. I'm so happy to see you right now. Yes, I am. I'm still going to stay silent, everyone, and just let you listen to this incredible sighting. I'm still here, everyone. I just think You don't need to hear my voice right now. This is just something that you can all enjoy.
They're still feeding, just literally anything they can find. They'll put into their mouth now, slowly chew, swallow and do it again. And you'll see often they don't even wait for the food to be done chewed and put another clump of grass or anything really into the mouth. So yeah, from this angle you can see the tusks, actually both of them facing quite a bit outwards and no thickness to it whatsoever. So of course that is just genetic. It's like Lauren was saying earlier about tuskers. If you don't have good genes in your family when it comes to teeth, then most likely you're not going to have very large teeth. Well, didn't want that branch, it was just in a way, so quickly broke it off. Took it away, and I'll start feeding underneath it again. It's wonderful being that strong. Now you can actually see the other youngster I was talking about. Sorry, Odie. It's a little bit to the right. So again, though, tough to see in this long grass. Imagine it's like the other one that's lying down. I can't see it at all, and it must be about 20 meters away from us. Luckily, this one's still walking. You can see no tusks on it, so it's still under 2 years old. Even for elephants, for a youngster like that, it must be fun when the rain has come down, all the moisture's around. You know, it's not even following the mother so closely behind, not like the youngster you saw yesterday afternoon. There we go. Now going closer to mom. I think in a bit we'll reposition, see if we can get a better view of them. They seem to be moving closer to the road. Slowly move on, see where they go. Quite a moody day here.
Pretty cool. There's a genet that's been watching Shasha all along, just on top there of that other really thin marula tree. Huh. Well, that's quite unusual. The last sighting I had of a genet in a leopard was actually Tristan and I went to Londolozi not long ago, maybe about a month ago. And we found, with the guide that was doing the transfer for us, like a really cool guide called Kirsten, we saw this genet on top of a very thin branch of a tree, and we're like, no, there's no reason why a genet would be up there for no reason. And then we started scanning, and at the bottom of the tree, then we saw hidden in the rocks was a leopard cub. And then the genet was on the top of the tree, there was a kill on the tree, and then the leopard at the bottom. It was quite something. So I wonder what has actually happened. I don't know if there's a hole in that tree, And that's where the genet's been coming out from, because it seems to be pretty perched in there. Let me just switch this radio off a little bit. But it's a very cool sighting. Oh, what an extra surprise. I don't think this genet knows what to do. Oh, little genet, how did you get yourself up there? Genets can be active during the day, but they're mainly animals that are crepuscular or nocturnal. They move around in lower light conditions, and that's when we tend to see a lot of them. But they can, as we know, they can move sometimes during the day, and today is a pretty dark day. I mean, it's been strange weather, so perhaps it was busy out and about looking for food, and then, I don't know, maybe he bumped into Shasha, and he was like, nope. Went up the tree to try and stay away from it. It seems like an older genet as well. Almost looks like a little bit of a Yoda because it's got a broken ear. Oh, you poor genet. How stressful it must be to be you. Gianna, I agree with you. The sighting keeps getting better and better. It's unbelievable that they're... Shame. This is one of the best views of a genet that I've had in a very long time. Although I must say, I had a very cool sighting with Darren on my previous stint of Shasha actually hunting a genet. So I don't know if there's a theme here, if this leopard likes eating genets. Maybe he chased that genet up a tree before he got the impala. I mean, there are a couple of possibilities. Because this is, yeah, like I said, this is the second time that I've seen Shasha close to a genet, or, well, we don't know if they were involved. The genet definitely knows that the leopard is here, but I don't think Shasha knows that the genet is there, or if he does know, doesn't seem particularly fazed by his presence or anything like it. He's not even looking in that direction. Yeah, Shasha is still there, but I don't want to sound like a spoiled brat, but we get to see way more leopards than what we get to see genets like this out in the open, which is pretty cool. Like I said, I thought maybe there was a hole in there where the genet is, but I don't know if it had some sort of altercation with Shasha and that's why it went up the tree, or if maybe it was moving around here and then saw that Shasha was around and then just decided to go up the tree just to stay away. It obviously knows that there is a leopard there. And it's just looking very alert, and it's looking past us. We're not blocking the view or anything, and Josh is still by the base of the termite mound, just chilling down there. He's looking very hot, and then I think this is a large spotted genet because it's got a tip of a blacktail. We get two similar species here, one slightly larger than the other one. The small spotted genet, and then the large spotted genet. So the only reason we could actually see it is because we saw the tail hanging, and you know, as we picked up binoculars, Aubrey turned around, and Aubrey's one of the guys at Djuma, and he was like, did you see the genet? We're like, oh goodness, it is. So they are quite arboreal creatures. They do live in holes, or they can go into holes in the trees, and that's where they spend the night, or when they go and rest, and then they spend the day there as well. But we don't really see them this well. It's not a common sight at all. It's more common during the night when you go around with the spotlight and then you see them, but it's actually a very special sighting, what we're witnessing now. Like I said, probably an older individual. It seems like it's missing half an ear, or well, not missing, but it's been split, so I wonder if it's run to Shasha before, or ran into Shasha before. Maybe it's just looking to go down there. It is facing the bottom part, so I don't know, maybe he wants to go down there. Oh, let me just turn the radio down a little bit. Pretty epic. What a good sighting.
somewhere, so we junction of Penamati, police station on the log, and also...
That's so cool. And then the fact that it's so chilled. And Josh is he's still resting. So I know we want to see the leopard, but let's see what the genet does, because the leopard will very likely just move back to the kill. I want to see if maybe the genet will go further up, or if it will actually just come down and then run somewhere else. And then, of course, if it comes down, we're not going to follow it. I don't think it'll be a very small creature to follow out in the bush. It'll likely run into another tree, and we won't be able to see it. Also, we don't want to get in the way if there's a little genet running away from a potential predator such as a leopard. I don't think Shasha would be interested in the genet, though. Not today. Maybe another day that he's hungry, but today he's got a big kill there that he doesn't need to worry about. Ooh.
I found my water hole for the afternoon. The twin of twin dams, Lawrence Pan. And look how sweet is this. This is something you don't actually often see, a tortoise drinking. A leopard tortoise. You don't often see that. You see them on the road scuttling away, moving away. It's quite rare to get amazing visuals. And this one's actually drinking. Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know why it's sweet, to be honest, but it is. Completely replenishing its water levels. Not only will it sort of be going in... Hey, what is wrong with you guys? Not only will the water sort of go into the stomach, it will also drink extra water for that bursa sac of theirs and fill it up. And that's a wonderful thing about summer, if you really do have to move an animal like this, because you shouldn't pick them up. But if it's in the middle of a main road, of course, everyone's going to want to pick them up and just move them off the road, because any injury that's going to happen is going to be human caused. But because there is so much water around, you don't have to worry about them dehydrating. This is so lovely. I don't know if I've ever seen one drink like this before. Linda, you're saying first time for you, and it's adorable. Agreed. I also think it's the first time for me. We see them, but I've never seen one sort of in this position having a really good drink. Now I'm feeling thirsty. Reptiles do need water, of course. They have a completely different biology, but they do need water. Every organism, one way or another, needs water. I can't believe this panda has water. I'm overjoyed. We're going to spend a little bit of time here. I'm going to try and do some dragonflies, listen to bird calls. I mean, it's not quite the pan that it will become, but I've spent many, many hours here. It's brought me lots of happiness. It's a wonderful place for birds, for the weavers, for insects, and clearly for tortoises. Oh, he's moving. He's on the move. Highly mobile animal. looks so heavy. Oh. Are we eating now? Remarkable. We've had a little drink and now it's time to eat. Gary, you were saying this is amazing to see this in the wild and live. It is. It's not all about the big things. It's not all about the cats. This is so cool. We do see leopard tortoises around, but normally when they hear the vehicle, they sort of hide and the views are never this good. I don't think it fully realizes that we are maybe here. Eating all the delicious grass.
We're just quickly looking at tracks. I don't know, Odie, if you can frame that up, because you can actually see, just to give an idea how easy this is after rain. You can actually see the tracks quite well formed. Even from there, you can see the little claw marks. Now what I do have with me, let's see if this works. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of hyenas around. Odie, I'm going to use a laser pointer while I'm here. Yeah, let's look at that one. Actually, that's probably not the best one. Yeah, the angle's a bit tough. Let's try to find a better track. You're going to have to take my word for it. These are hyena tracks. There was actually one walking on the right-hand track, well, the right-hand track and the left tire track, both of them going this way. Luckily with them, the claw marks face in the direction they're walking. It's a bit obvious, sorry for that. It is still rather early. So we're on a road called Philemon's Dip, and I think we drove this road back to camp last night when it started raining out. Quite liked it. Gonna go through a little sandy dip soon. Some old elephant dung in front of us. You can see already worked through by these ground birds and of course dung beetles. They've been rife and rampant after this amount of rain. What we started getting now are these tiny little bugs called shield bugs, or basically stink bugs. And oh, they are just everywhere. If you leave a light on here, especially when you're eating, they tend to gather around your food. And I can tell you now, they taste exactly how they smell. So for all of you that's ever smelt a stink bug, don't eat it. It's not fun. So yeah, let's continue on our way to a cut line. Like I said, everything in first gear, slowly cruising along.
Indabele has decided that it's going to be fun to eat plants. Are you going vegetarian on us, dear? She scratched her entire body on the car, but I just want you to have a look at her body, everybody. Swaz has wandered off. This is Indabele. Once you get a good look, naturally they're not making it easy for us this morning because they're so attracted to the car, but just have a look. I feel like her shape looks different, her physique. You're welcome to call me crazy. You're welcome to disagree, and you're also welcome to agree. But just look at her body. Look at the curvature of her spine and the low-hanging tummy. It just looks a little bit different than normal. I just want to check on them. She's gone back into the car. I mean, the car's a great place to be. Manito, yes, you have to be very cautious, and you'll notice earlier, okay, there's Ndebele. You really need a side profile, to be honest. It doesn't look any different from behind. Well, just when she's standing to the side, just share your thoughts with me. Of course, you have to be very cautious when animals come to the car, all sorts of animals. And of course, they don't speak English, or maybe they do, but there's a lot to be said in your tone. Now, when an animal does come very close, I'm a big believer that you don't want to give them a fright. A lot of accidents happen with wild animals, elephants, snakes, even domestic dogs, actually. When you give them a fright, they react or they feel cornered, and that's when accidents happen. So although these animals are not going to feel cornered, I don't want to give them a fright. I want to go, hey, or turn on the engine to the point where they maybe react in the opposite way that I'm intending. So when these guys do come close to the car, a little bit of a hey, and that tone of voice actually will make a big difference. Now, if they got far too close, then yes, of course, you would need to react. But there's a lot to be said with the tone of your voice. Oh, now we've got a stick in our mouth. Okay. Now, if an elephant, for example, gets too close and they are not happy, you also have to match their energy levels. So sometimes you do have to get really angry with an elephant and say, hey, but really, really mean it. Like, really be angry, and the elephant will feel that. So really, you've got to kind of match the situation with the animal. These hyenas are very, very curious, and obviously we've spent a lot of time with them for many years now, but they are very attracted to the car. They just must love the smell and the feel and just want to know what it is. But I think let's get a little bit closer to them. Once they go into the long grass, I'm afraid we are not going to be able to follow. But yes, you have to be very, very cautious. Know the animal. Oh, goodness. Pay attention, watch the body language. But do I get nervous? Not necessarily, I must say. You've got to be in control. Just like sharks can sort of sense fear, I'm a firm believer that animals can too. So you've got to be in control of the situation. I'll spend all morning with you guys, happily. And this is happening right outside our camp. That's the wonderful thing about quarantine. These are the sightings that I crave and that I've missed. We have a lot of action happening on quarantine. That's why we always check it. But of late, it has been rather quiet. Deborah, you are more than beyond delighted to have seen hyenas today. Me too. Once we woke up and we realized just how white everything was, there was a lot of preparation and borrowing clothes, and I wasn't sure we were really going to see anything. But then Swaz and Ndebele came into camp. But you have to remember, it's not something that you should promote. But with Swaz and Ndebele, this was at the time when Corky was the matriarch. And do you see that marula on the corner of quarantine, that iconic marula at about 12:30? Just behind that marula, just if you look at the thicket behind it, that's where we last saw Pretty. I believe that drainage in there that runs into Galagopan drainage, you obviously can't see it, but it's right there. I believe that's where Pretty passed. Something was very wrong at the end. She didn't have much use of her back legs, but it didn't look like an attack by another animal. It looked like her back legs were just wasting away. It was very sad. And Pretty is Swaz and Ndebele's mother, so they lost her very young. And this quarantine was still the sort of hubbub of the Djuma clan activity. The den was just along the road. They do seem to have shifted a little bit south, but that's normal. And I do feel that because Swaz and Ndebele were on their own from quite a young age, they still were looked after. They still had Corky, their mum's best friend. But I just feel they spent a lot of time in our camp, because it probably provided shelter and lots of interesting smells, maybe a bit of safety. So they're just very familiar with our camp. I think they just spent such a long time there. They saw us all walking up and down constantly, and they're just quite familiar with people. Now, I'm not saying that's the case across the board. Not at all, but with these two. Dogs! We've got dogs! Oh my goodness! Wild dogs! Oh my goodness, the dogs are hunting. I can't believe it. Have you got them? The dogs are hunting, the impalas are starting, oh my goodness, madness. Okay, let me try and go forward a little bit. And the dogs are there. They're all here. Got them? I haven't seen dogs this stint, everyone. Rowan was very excited to see the Hamilton's pack, so I let him go multiple times because I just wanted him to be happy. Hello, doggies. Now, if any of you can identify the pack, please let me know. I know that I will not be able... Oh, my cameraman's smiling. Yay. Fiona, I know. Action-packed. I've literally just sat on quarantine. Oh, look at them up the mound. This is quarantine. Just behind this mound, there's a dead tree. That's our camp. That is where we live. We were literally just watching Indabelle, Swaz and Novella, and the dogs come, and now Indabelle is excited. Look at her, following the dogs. Maybe that's why they're here. Maybe the dogs were sleeping nearby. Look at Indabelle running. Okay, they're hunting impala right down towards camp. I'm gonna move. If this ends up happening in our camp, oh my goodness. It's happened before in camp. Oh, hello, Ribbon. Ribbon's also here. Hi, girl. I don't know where to go look or what to do. Okay, Ribbon, I'm gonna follow the doggies. Just while I can. Okay, now she's gonna run alongside the car. Of course she is. Go, Ribbon, go. Everybody's down there, you see that? I don't think they got the impala. Wow, I did not expect that type of morning. I think this is why. You see our camp, see that little sign, Djuma Research Camp? There you go. Everything is literally happening right here. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit closer. Oh, no, don't go into... No, guys. No, walk on into camp. Yeah, you take a big extra sip of that coffee. You're gonna need it. Okay, this is home. Guys, there's a no entry sign. They don't read the signs. I don't know why. Oh my goodness, it's been a really long time since I've had a sighting like this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Even the red Chessie cuckoo is getting involved. It's so good to see dogs. I really haven't seen them in a very, very long time. Ah! Elephants on quarantine! Oh my goodness, everybody's here. We've got Ellies all huddled together sleeping. Dogs and hyenas. Well, this has turned out to be the most perfect morning, everyone.
Let's just watch this quickly.
So we are still just appreciating Ribbon and her cubs that are suckling, and poor Heart's cub is kind of just milling around in the background, waiting for Heart to come back. But Heart has finally disappeared into the thickets on the other side towards the drainage line. So while we're here, we are just going to have a listen, because the cubs are making some very cute noises every now and then, really learning to vocalize. And of course, there's some lovely sounds around us with the birds calling. So let's have a listen while we watch. So Heart has just arrived back again. You could see her reaction straight away from the cubs. I don't know if she's trying to walk off some of the meat or if she's just interested in the smells. It looks like she's looking for something. So I'm wondering if she's smelling the other hyena that was here. Maybe it came past the den site. She's had a bit of a swim, it looks like. Cooling off that big belly.
We've repositioned, and it actually works in our favor anyway, signal wise, and we get much better views of the elephants. And I've mentioned this quite a few times, and it didn't come from me, it came from Rexon, but he said they're not destroyers, they are creators, and I really just love that. It's all about changing your perspective. And Rexon does a lot of the work here now that Djuma's changed its structure a little. Rexon does a lot of the work at protecting the marulas and putting the sort of wire mesh around all the trees. And although you don't want to prevent elephants from getting their food, there's also a sort of mechanism and algorithm behind it, if you like, where he knows the land better than anyone. I mean, Rexon was brought up here. This is his home. And he understands the movements of the elephants, why they're ring barking, what trees they do ring bark, and how to selectively choose specific trees to protect that'll still protect not only those trees, but the integrity of the land around it. And that's a lot of his work now. He does that. And it just deters the elephant. It doesn't harm them. It doesn't hurt them. Their food is plentiful. We're not in a drought. We're in the most lush, giving season with water everywhere. So they don't need the bark. They don't need to do that. And that's why we do protect them in the area. But they're not destroyers. They're creators. They create new things in so many ways. They're the architects, engineers, changing the land, not to destroy it, but to create something new. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful way of looking at it. Megan Edwards, you're seeing such pretty visuals. That's all down to OD, not me. He's the one with the skill behind the camera. I guess the elephants are helping. I mention this all the time, but Owen just reminded me that a lot of guides will about identifying the matriarch. And I think some guides are a bit too quick. So, that's the matriarch. But really, there's a lot more to it than just being the oldest female or therefore the largest. That's not always the case. And in that beautiful book that I always recommend, Beyond Words by Carl Safina, it's broken into elephants, orcas, and wolves. And it's wonderful. It's quite heavy at points, but it's wonderful. And it really does go into great detail about elephant societies, how they communicate, how they structure themselves. And it's all about social units. Basically, the matriarch isn't always just the biggest female, and you've got to be really careful at presuming who it is. Sometimes it is obvious, but really, when it comes to science, you've obviously got to be very conclusive. And in identifying the matriarch, you should always wait, you should always observe. How you really are going to identify is not because she's the biggest female, no, is by social interactions. You need to just watch and see who they all gravitate around. Who are they reacting to? Who are they responding to? Who's the one that's sort of keeping her eye on the rest of the herd? She might not always be the big female at the front. She might just be that slightly smaller yet older female right at the back observing everybody. So sometimes it is obvious, but I think some people are just a bit too quick to see as a matriarch. You've really got to watch who they're responding to, who they are gravitating around. After all, the matriarch is key to everybody's survival. She is the one that is going to lead the herd from success to success. She's responsible for the reproductive success of the whole herd. Yes, it's the oldest elephant, so therefore should be the biggest, but it's just not always the case, and you should be careful when you're trying to identify the matriarch. Involved in the herd than any other, but it might not be immediately obvious. Calves will always be with their mothers, and the matriarch herself will have calves, but she will be involved in the herd and the decisions that are made more than any other individual. Sometimes in kinship groups, or if there's been a loss, a death of a matriarch, a new one will arise. It's not always the right one, and it's not always the oldest one, and it's not always the correct one. And what I mean by that is the book Beyond Words goes into great detail about how each individual elephant has its own personality. We can see that. And not all females are just destined to be the matriarch. It's just not always... That's just not who they're destined to be, just like we all have our own destiny. Some of them have not got what it takes to be a matriarch. And that's why sometimes the wrong female will arise, take that position. She's a bit too young maybe, with not enough knowledge, or she just wasn't meant to be a matriarch. And at the end of the day, she won't lead the herd to success, and it can be so detrimental, even fatal to some elephants. I think that's that herd moving off now, I'm afraid. I can try and see if we can catch up with others around the corner. I've gone off into the drainage line. Okay, Odie, let's do a bit of a U-turn here. Are we good? The cameraman acts as your mirrors, your side mirrors, because you can't see anything behind you. I'm just going to drive slowly in case there are any more elephants. And if I can't find any more, then we're going to continue our search for signs of Tlalamba.
And it's just that sort of late morning, the sun has come out from the clouds, and it just sort of feels like it brings a bit of calmness to a disruptive morning, and that's amazing. That's just what we want. As I mentioned a number of times in the past, there's just something about watching herbivores graze, whether it's elephants or a herd of buffalo slowly grazing around you, or even impala and water buckets. There's a calming sort of effect just watching them, and that's exactly what we're going to do for a few moments. Yeah, no, we're heading into March, and April, May, all depending on the area, is when the rutting season starts, and that's well, impala males rutting season, and that's another annual event that I certainly look forward to. I mean, to see these males battle each other, and I mean, some of these fights gets quite intense, and I've personally witnessed mortalities due to fighting between males. I mean, if you look at those horn tips, they are razor sharp. So many spectacles to look forward to every year, whether it's the bird migrations, you know, arriving the migrants, you know, the rutting season of the impalas, the birth season, which I was fortunate enough to witness on my previous shift. We, you know, as naturalists, we have these annual sort of events. It's like a nature calendar in a way. What are you guys doing? You see, it's almost like a precursor to the rut. In the next month, you will start seeing you'll see that it's just slowly and cumulatively, you'll see more and more aggression between males as their testosterone levels rises. Good morning, Des.
So although we have impalas here, you might think we're in a repeat, but alas, we're actually back live, everybody. What a lovely time to come out again. As you can see, we've got some lovely impalas up on a termite mound with a little bit of cloud in the background, but mostly clear skies. Have a look at that change in weather from this massive doom and gloom storm, a massive thunderstorm that we had, huge bolts of lightning moving through. We've got a clear blue sky, no wind, absolutely gorgeous. Isn't it strange how these things work out? But we're all safe and sound, and so we decided the storm is gone. Let's get out there. And here we are. And we're very happy to be back out. It's lovely and warm, and of course, absolutely brilliant. Now, I know that we were talking about colors earlier, and this is a prime example. Just to let you know, you can see the difference between this impala closest to us in the shade and the one in the sun just behind her. Isn't it unbelievable? How the sun, oh, now she's walking to the shade, how the sun affects the colors of these impalas and why animals enjoy the shade so much. Because have a look at how much they stand out in the sun. Look at that red color. Absolutely gorgeous coloration. It's the only animal out here that has that specific rusty red color. I think the most similar is probably maybe a nyala or a bushbuck. But it's just unbelievable how much survival is affected not only by color but by shade and cover, because that interacts with color to make everything all the more important. I love it. Amazon, hi. Hi, it's good to be back. We're having quite an entertaining afternoon. So this is just up on quarantine. This is the first thing we saw as we drove out of the camp. Absolutely brilliant. Now, I know Cedric is going to be on a bit of a mission to go towards Twin Dams. I'm actually going to go opposite direction. I'm going to go northwest. And I'm going to see what I can find along there. But it certainly seems like we've got some good luck already. If this is the first thing we're seeing, I'm happy. Now, I would love to hear from all of you if there's anything specific that you're thinking of, colors of the bush, if it's a color that reminds you of the bush, or something that you've noticed in the bush that was a different color to what you expected, maybe some of your favorite colorful things, butterflies, flowers, anything like that, please let me know. So we can try our best. I don't know how many flowers we'll find, but we can try our best to try and find some of those things. And it's also lovely for us to hear from you what kind of makes you tick about the bush. It's a very playful little jump. And a perfect description of color as we were going through it. Now, I am hearing some alarm calling. Not from the impalas, but from birds. You can see quite a few of the impalas are now looking up. It sounds like coming from Gowrie Dam. I may actually change my plan then and head down towards the dam. Maybe Tlalamba has resurfaced somewhere in the drainage line. Maybe I should check Galago Pan. I think that's a good idea. Look how alert this female is. Let's just have a listen. It might be worthwhile me going down towards Galago Pan. I think that is what I'm going to do. Certainly lots of activity. So everyone seems to be out and about and very happy after the storm. because you can imagine with such a big lightning storm coming in, that's when the predators become active, and that's exactly why these impalas are high up on quarantine, open area, gorgeous sunlight, warming up, but also staying safe. Imagine a leopard trying to stalk up on them here. Yes, there's shade, but there's massive patches of sun that you can see on the grass. And just how that impala's coat changed as she walked into the sun, a leopard's coat does the same. Wow, I'm just loving that silhouette on the skyline. Anyway, before I get too distracted, let me go follow up on that alarm calling and send you over to Stivovo, who has a ground bird.
Well, welcome back to Pridens, where we have remained high and dry. No rain has managed to get to this part so far, but the ground hornbills are moving around in the open. It's always very special to find a little family of ground hornbills. They are an endangered species. There aren't that many breeding groups left in the Greater Kruger, requiring a very large range for them to survive and to feed, to breed, being very slow growing birds as well. About 10 years or so it takes to successfully reintroduce new individuals. So very slow success. And unfortunately, with habitat loss and destruction, these individuals have been hit quite hard. So they save a lot of energy walking on the ground. They are able to fly, but they're not very efficient flyers. They're a very heavy bird. But when disturbed, they can definitely take flight. Very characteristic large black wings with white tips. But you can commonly find them walking along the ground, scoffing up insects, termites, anything that they can find. Small rodents, lizards, snakes, scorpions, quite a wide variety of food. Good, Molly, you want to know why they have got a red face? Well, it's hard to say why it's red and not any other color. Red is definitely something that stands out quite prominently out here, and definitely against the black of the body it stands out. It definitely is an element of, or indicator of their maturity. The youngsters have got more of a sort of grey, dull yellow color to that sort of facial skin. And the red stands out very brightly and indicates maturity. And reds are very commonly used colors out here, especially with individuals that see color. Anything else wouldn't stand out so well. But why exactly, I'm not sure. Evolutionary adaptation, the skin they find on the face, exposed skin, lots of that skin there, obviously without feathers, is a very good way of thermoregulating. They're not using it clearly for camouflage, but being a large bird, they can warm up with their black feathers, and they're able to cool down by having sort of the wind blowing over that facial skin. But why it's red, I think it looks cool. Often found in odd numbers. If you ever find them in even numbers, there's often a juvenile with them. These are cooperative breeding birds. If you've never heard the word cooperative breeding, it means that an alpha will lay an egg, or 2 eggs in the case of the ground hornbill, only one, and the rest will assist. The rest will help in the rearing of that chick and in the survival. So 2 eggs are laid, and the first one to hatch, the second one gets abandoned. You'll only ever have one chick. Obviously, from a resource point of view, they've only got enough food to support for one youngster. But the second egg is as an insurance policy, just in case the first one is unsuccessful. Hello everybody, we are here on Impala Plains in Pridelands in the nice open area. We're with a little herd of elephant before, a group of boys. Sadly they moved off into a signal poor area, so we thought we'd come and try our luck in the open area here in Impala Plains to see if we could find some animals. And for the first time that I've been here, it is free of any mammals that we can see. Lots of insect activity along the ground, lots of food, and the ground hornbills are making the most of it. Has it been raining, Beeks? You had rain recently? Drizzling. Okay, so a bit of drizzle has fallen. Often leads to excavations from ants, termites in their nests. A lot of them scullying around on the floor, scuttering around on the floor. Hornbills walk around picking up one at a time like peanuts. Very powerful beak. Can be very delicate and pick up the smallest of insects, and they can also use that beak for smashing open the hard shells of a tortoise. They've even been known to capture small mammals up to the size of squirrels. I'd like to see one catch a squirrel. That would require quite a bit of effort. But there's nothing quite like the call in the early morning, the loud booming call of the southern ground hornbill before the sun rises. It is one of my favorite sounds in the African wilderness.
Here we are sitting with a beautiful hamakop. It's busy fishing for frogs. I think we just caught a frog not too long ago. But as you can see, the skies have definitely been cleared for us. And we're all safe and sound, and it's still a beautiful sunny day back again. Oh, it's awesome. Very, very good. As you can see, this hamakop is just sitting in the water here, just busy looking for some frogs. And now and again you'll see it, they'll actually do like a shuffling, like actually one leg like shakes the mud and the next leg shakes the mud. And what they do, they try and lure the little frogs out from underneath the muddy areas. And they catch it, but with also immense speed as well. Just like the herons, very, very quick with their fishing or frogging, if you want to call it that way. But these are the birds that makes them one of the most impressive bulky stick mansion nests that you can ever get of a bird. They are absolutely huge. Now, these birds usually nest in these big, or some of the big trees around here, and their nests are just a huge kind of a dome-shaped mansion, if you can call it that. It's all kind of really been put together with sticks and grass and leaves and weeds and a whole lot of things. Apparently, they said that hamakop will use almost up to between 8,000 to 9,000 nesting materials in a nest. So it is one of the largest nests that the bird does make around in the world. Apparently, it is really, really huge. And inside that nest, of course, they've got like a little chamber deep inside of the nest, and they'll actually kind of just cake it with mud to make it a little bit waterproofing inside of those nests. But why they call it a hamakop, first of all, of course, you can see the head. The head is very much shaped like a hammer. So if I really translate it into English, it means hammer head. So it's got a real typical hammerhead shape. But in just a general name is a hamakop, hammerhead. And I know they also pretty much hang around the water areas, of course nesting around the water areas, due to, of course, fishing, catching fish, frogs, like this one just caught, and sometimes tadpoles. So yeah, no, they are formidable hunters, I've seen a hammerkop as well chase a fish eagle off a kill, where a fish eagle actually made a kill, went to the side of the bank, and was about to prepare, and grab the fish to take it up into the tree, and a hammerkop grabbed it. White Mane, good morning, afternoon, evening. Thank you for joining us on our Sunset Drive, WildEarth. What's the purpose of the hammer-shaped head at the back of their head? Well, maybe it's to do with the way it strikes and to bring it back. I'm not too sure. Actually, no, that's definitely something that I've got no idea. Maybe somebody else can enlighten us with an answer on the shape of the hammerkop. But if I've got to tell you now, then it will be a lie. That's I've got no idea. But good question. Actually, not a good question. Fantastic question, because I've never thought of that. Actually, looking at a hammerkop, I just thought maybe it might be for the reason of striking for certain water creatures. You never know. No. Maybe Tess will give us an answer there. Maybe Tess will know. I definitely don't have an answer on that one. Sorry about that. But I can look it up for you. If Tess doesn't know, I'll definitely try and see what I can find. There's always ways and means to find out. I feel like I've just been stumped. Middle stump. I've been bowled. They are monogamous as well, so you'll find it is a male and a female, pretty much pairs for life. Because this one now doesn't have a pair, a partner. Sorry, FC, I think comms went a little bit crazy there. It sounded like I was beeping quickly. Nothing came through there. But yeah, that's in the male. Miss Henley's class. Good afternoon, welcome to WildEarth, welcome to our Sunset Drive. Why is this bird so still? Well, you'll find just now it was just a very slow, little virtual starling coming into the party here. Being still like that, it's actually, we saw just now, it shakes the water up. I think it gets a bit of movement of something underneath the water there. And then it just waits for another little bit of movement before it strikes. I think it's just trying to maybe sometimes work out exactly what it wants to strike there. Virtual starling just also made a kill. Well done. Well done. Yeah, that beautiful. Oh, what did he get there? I can't even see. Looks like a grasshopper or something. Yeah, a little grasshopper. Fantastic. Well, at least we saw him catching something. At least we saw a little kill. Kill's a kill. Well, virtual starlings, of course, very much enjoying the insects. There's probably some insect fell in the water there and succumbed its life in progress ever. But yeah, I think you'll actually take a look at that hammerkop. Sometimes you actually find, you actually really look in when it keeps still like that, or just a quick strike and you'll get a little frog. And they're very successful hunters, just like the herons. They don't make sure that they don't miss too many times. Well, we hope that this golden bird makes a golden kill. Let's head back to Tessa to look at her golden sky.
I'm loving all the gold. It makes me very happy. I think that it has been a perfect golden evening after such a lovely lightning storm. I am a massive fan of lightning. I think it's so pretty, as much as I'm terrified of it. But I certainly am loving all of the colors and the strange things we're seeing today, including gorgeous skies. Now we are on our way on Sandy Patch, going towards Buffelshoek Cutline. And we just had to stop and have a look at the sky. In fact, Owen spotted it. Have a look at that. Pretty much no clouds other than exactly where we need them to create a golden silhouette on the clouds and the sun. Perfect. Now, I know Cedric was chatting about Hammerkorp, saying where its name came from and things like that, and why its head is shaped the way that it is. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea why its head is shaped like that. I don't think there's a biological reason other than when it's flying, it curves its neck backwards a little bit because it's actually related to the pelicans. It's in the same family as the pelicans. So I'd imagine it just makes the head kind of more streamlined. Maybe that's a reason why. I don't know. But I just love the fact that its scientific name is Scopus umbretta, which literally translated means I see umbrella because of the umbrella shape or the hammer shape of the head. I think it's quite beautiful. I see umbrella. Scopus umbretta. But yes, I do love Hammerkorps, and I could imagine this scene over a dam with a Hammerkorp hunting. Perfect. I think we're all going to have to do some homework and try and figure out where this name comes from and why it's that kind of shape. Earth lover, I agree, very dramatic skies tonight. You would have appreciated this one, that's for sure. To have a look at those colors. So that's now over towards the west, towards the Drakensberg Mountains, and for the first time in ages, we can actually see the silhouettes. Not even just the one, but the two separate forms of the mountain ranges, one closer, one further away, with those gorgeous fading pastels. The perfect color drive. Wow. Now, it's not often we get to see the mountain range like this. Mostly it's just a hazy silhouette in the distance. Owen has got the creative eye today with all the colors. Wow. There's a lot more detail in those mountains than you would realize because we don't ever see them this clearly. I think the storm did us some good. It swirled for a long time and then it just vanished into thin air. That's all that's left. Owen is blowing my mind today with his camera work. That is unreal. But I would love, if any of you have it, a one-word tweet for this golden globe that we're seeing at the moment with those gorgeous leaves in the front. I don't want to move. I want to stay here. But let me know. One-word tweets, let me know. Gaynor, yes, it does smell nice and fresh. We didn't get any rain at camp. There was definitely a lot of rain, a little bit further south. We had more of the electric lightning storm, and we could see the rain coming past, but it just missed us. But my favorite thing was it kind of cooled down. You could feel it coming. The wind picked up, the temperature cooled, the whole earth felt like it was cooling down. And then, of course, it just disappeared, and it's the calm after the storm now, the quiet. But yes, it does always smell a lot better after even a thunderstorm. It smells a lot better. Fresh and sweet. Stuck in bed, magical. I agree. I think it's going to be difficult for myself and Owen to move from this spot. It is magical. My first day back, and it's been quite a spectacular day. I think I would choose the same word to describe Owen's camera work today. Fantastic. Magical. Motusi, it is certainly magnificent, and I was just about to say my favorite thing about it is when Owen's lined up like that, you can just see the gold trim on some of the leaves, and you can see the little holes in the leaves, that golden glow that's coming through. Magnificent. So we're definitely enjoying some of the sounds around us tonight. We're hoping we might hear some lions. There was some roaring when we woke up this morning. But literally the sun is not going to be here for another 3-4 minutes. So we're going to watch it. We're going to listen. We're going to take it in. That last little bit as there's a dusk chorus happening and just absorb.
Any station copy on Djuma?
Whew, deep breath in. The light has changed, everything's disappearing. And now my excitement starts to build for the nocturnal animals. Let's hope that as we head on from here towards Buffelshoek Cutline, we might get lucky.
Statue of the hammerkop. This really checking in the water. We saw a couple of quick kind of, I can say almost kills with the little frogs, but once it did a little kind of a hammerkop shuffle. There's a hammerkop shuffle. I actually like this shuffle that it does. It's actually quite a nice dance move. I'm actually trying to take some notes on that dance move of the hammerkop, and it actually shuffles the water or the mud underneath the water to really get the frogs and that whatever moving around so it can actually strike. I'm just waiting on maybe we're luckier. Let's just take a look, and whole times it might be striking very soon again. It's actually a very easy dance. I think the shuffle is the easy dance. Hammerkop showed us a few little kind of moves in now. So I think I'll definitely have to pull out the hammerkop dance very soon. I like it. I think that's a new dance move. But hopefully we can see it now again because it is funny. Come on, strike. Roger. Wait. Maybe we're lucky now. Come on. Patience is a virtue, eh? And they've got it, definitely. A lot of patience just to get that meal. Oh, oh, there's a shuffle. It's doing the shuffle now. Watch. That's shuffle. The right leg and the left leg and the right leg and the left leg. Right leg. That's a cool shuffle. The hammerkop shuffle. Definitely, I've got to do that one on a dance floor one day. Yeah, no, I think FC's, I agree with FC. I think everybody, all the viewers, you saw how the hammerkop shuffle works in, of course, the right leg shuffle and then the left leg shuffle. So I think all the viewers at home, all the WildEarth viewers, I think we should make a TikTok shuffle or TikTok hammerkop shuffle and see how that comes out. I think it'll be quite fun. I'll definitely try my best and I'll give my shuffle. Well, I'm not going to give my shuffle now because I think tomorrow morning I think I'll do the shuffle. I'll feel it. I feel it. Once again, some patience. It stands there so still. No movement, nothing. Not even a ripple from the water. I think I just put my foot into that one. Literally. Stuck in bed. Good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you for joining us on WildEarth. Thank you very much for the question. Are they endangered? I don't think hammerkop is endangered. Not at all. They're not on the endangered list at all. They're pretty much, really much common around the river areas and the riverines and all that. Oh. What a taraka, I mean a go-away bird. Sorry, it's on top there. I was just, I'll see if we can go to a go-away bird just now, because there's a very interesting fact about the grey go-away bird and why. Sorry for this. I just want to quickly go to this grey-away bird because there's interesting facts. Because today is about colours. So now, grey-away bird is very much. It's right on top there, right on that back tree there, right on top, there on top, yeah, right on top. There with his little crest. Okay, it's due to colorations of today. Okay, so the main thing with colorations, as you know, with birds' feathers and all that, I mean, the colorations is really much produced by two main ways, in a way. It's really by the pigmentation or the pigments, of course, the melanin, and of course you get the carotenoids. So the carotenoids and the melanin itself, or the melanin is pretty much your dark, your black, your dark browns, your black colors. And of course, the carotenoids is pretty much produced by red, orange, and yellow feathers. So now that's, of course, how the birds really get the coloration of their feathers. But now the Turaco. Now remember the Turaco family. This used to be called the grey lurry. Otherwise, was purple-crested lurry. You get the Neisner lurry, but the purple-crested turned to a Turaco. The Neisner lurry turned to a Neisner Turaco, and the grey-way bird is a grey-way bird. And the thing is, why it's called a Turaco, so those other ones went into the Turaco family, because they are pretty much, they have two pigments named specifically after them. And that's the only birds in the entire world that's got that pigmentation, it's the Turacos. And I mean, that Turaco has got a red pigmentation called Turacocin, and of course, and you get the green pigmentation called Turacoverdin. So Turacoverdin is really much the green pigmentation in it, and of course the Turacocin is the red pigmentation in the purple-crested lurry, or the purple-crested Turaco and the Neisner Turaco. Now, your grey go-away bird hasn't got those pigmentations in it, so they could not fall under the Turaco family. So that's why that grey go-away bird never became a Turaco. It's all due to pigmentations, due to colorations. Just a little bit of an interesting fact about colours of the Turaco and the grey-way bird, why it was not named a Turaco. So yeah, it's always nice to know about colorations of birds and the feathers and how they get it, and you know, it's colours in the bush to me is always fascinating. Anyway, while we're talking about colours, let's head to Stephen Pridelands while he's walking in green grasses.
Well, thank you, Cedric. I am indeed walking through green grasses. I couldn't help myself. I needed to get off of the car. Well, thankfully, earlier during our little intermission, we managed to get the bushwalk backpack fixed. So tomorrow morning, we're going to be back out on foot. But earlier, I was requested to hug a tree. And this tree over here in front of me is probably my favorite false marula. Well, the largest false marula I've ever come across in my life. And I know that there's a lot of discussion today about color and how can we link this beautiful false marula. Oh, let's just give it some love. Give it some love. There we go. Root your feet firmly on the ground. Embrace the tree and see if you can hear its story. See if you can feel how this tree has stood. Imagine how long this tree has stood right here in this place. I can definitely feel the color of love hugging me back. And the false marula itself produces very purple fruit, which is very tasty. They are little baby mangoes. And at the same time, if you get the bark inside of one of these trees, obviously you don't want to damage the tree, but the inner bark of the false marula is used for dyeing purple. So it's a very nice color of purple. I did it about 3 years ago or so. I dyed one of my white socks purple. And I had a white sock and a purple sock. I'm not sure what happened to them. But whenever you hug a tree, can you imagine how long this tree has stood here? How many stories it could tell, how many animals have walked past, how many storms have washed past or flown through the tree, and it stands still here with its stoic presence and awareness of the world going around with inability to move. Imagine you were stuck in one place for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. Think about that. We're able to move and keep our surroundings fresh. This tree knows absolutely everything there is to know about this very spot. And so the reason why it produces beautiful, fresh, purple fruit is to go into the digestive system of a bird or another animal so that its babies can go elsewhere and not land right over here and compete with this big mother. Have you all hugged a tree today? It's definitely something that I try and do quite regularly.
Well, I'm just going to get up here and get a nice view there. So nice view and beautiful sunset, of course, after a beautiful afternoon with those big clouds coming through this afternoon, those big lightning thunder clouds that really pushed up to this side. But did not even have a drop of rain, but there was a lot of lightning. And all of a sudden everything has really settled down. It always makes for a beautiful coloration of the area and of the sky. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Yeah, we go again. I don't know the rest of the song there. But it is beautiful tonight. Wow, not a breath of wind as well, eh? Wind, no wind. I think the nice golden orb there. Orby spider. Just chilling between them. But it'll be difficult. If you can get that echoed, it'll be brilliant. Ooh. Spadiardo. That's a golden orb, beautiful golden orb. Typical, pretty much facing down. One of the nicest spiders around, or actually the strongest. One of the strongest webs around. A lot of people's fears. A lot of people hate them, but they are awesome.
So myself and Owen seem to be finding all of the gorgeous scenic things. And the moon this evening is incredible. If you have a look at the top right, where you can just see the shadows cutting the moon, so it's not a perfect circle. The shadows being cast on the moon, you can actually see the ridges or the mountains on the outsides of those craters. How unbelievable. We are looking at something that is 384,000 kilometers away from us. And we can see the shadows from the craters. Now imagine being 4.5 billion years old and looking that good still. Very impressive. I can't hug it like Steve hugs trees, but if I could, I'd like to think I'd go to the moon. Experience it at least once going to space. Wow. So we're so zoomed in at the moment that we're trying not to move or not even breathe. It's amazing. It's very hard to do. But it's so worth it. Interestingly enough, I think because of the storm, animals are active a little bit later than they would have been. And I think because of that, we might have a good chance of seeing some nocturnals. But anyway, I'm going to keep looking at the moon for a bit longer because it is absolutely gorgeous. I love an epic moon shot. But it sounds like there is an epic spider waiting for you. So I will appreciate my moon and send you over to that.
Oh, well, look what we have here. We've got a beautiful golden orb spider, female golden orb spider, just hanging around. Of course, they've got that beautiful web that runs from one tree to the other tree. One of the strongest anchor webs of all spiders in the world. They've got that real golden color. If you really get the sunlight in the right direction and it hits the golden orb's web, it really comes out as this like gold color. Really, really stunning. As you can see, really much hanging down, always facing down. That's the way they really much hang when waiting for any prey or little insects that, fly into their web. And where she's hanging, there's a lot of fine little webs around there, and they're much stickier compared to the anchor web. So if the insect does fly into there, she'll go up there and she'll take the little spinnerets and spin a web around those insects, and then of course feed on that insect. But while hanging upside down like that, in case that anchor web does get taken that off, or something breaks that web, or the anchor web itself, you'll find that it'll swing to the other tree, because it is attached to two different trees now. It'll swing to the other tree, and she'll swing with it, almost like Tarzan that swings from one tree to the other tree. And then she'll attach herself to the other tree, and then she'll kind of climb back up again and prepare a new anchor web to shoot across. But they're definitely not built, especially the golden orbs, are not built to roam on the ground. So you've got your two real different categories of spiders. You really got your megalomorph. So your megalomorph spiders are the ground roaming spiders. And your uraniumorph spiders is your web-based spiders. So your uraniumorphs is your real kind of new age spiders. And they pretty much, they're going to build their beautiful webs across. But yeah, very, very interesting and very nice and very pretty spiders. I know a lot of people don't like spiders. They are very creepy. Something with 8 legs that hangs around like that in your house. A lot of people just don't enjoy them quite at all. But they do a lot of good. They actually, if you've got mosquitoes, it's one of the best things to have. A zigzag abdomen, and it's also the web itself. It's got a very interesting kind of, almost looks like a zip that goes from top to bottom. And that's a very, very, very tough webbing. Is there one that I missed? I'm not sure. No, I missed one. Oh, sorry, there's got a Franklin that's disagreeing with me at the back here. I can hear it. A lot of bird calls at the back here. Sorry, I'm just listening there. Carol, oh no, I'm sorry to hear that your husband ran away because there's a spider on the screen. Sorry. I think my mom as well. I won't be surprised. I'm sure my mom's already turned the TV off. So yeah, she hates spiders. It's not a. Mine as well. Yours as well. Egod's as well. He says his parents as well. They don't like spiders at all. So Yeah, it is quite a creepy crawly. A lot of people do hate it. I mean, one of the funniest stories I've ever had is when I actually was following a pride of lions, in the northern Sabi Sands many years ago, with the Styx pride, and we were following them going through the thick vegetation at night time, like almost at this time, going through, and they were busy hunting. All the lions were around the car, and they were moving, and we were part of the wolf pack, we were like part of the lion pride, and we were going with the pride and that, and next moment there was a lady that was sitting just behind us, in the middle seat, but just behind me, and of course we went through this golden orb spider. I did not see it, my tracker saw it, so I used a stick to break it, and the spider went flinging right past me, and it landed on the lady's chest. Out of all people on the vehicle, it had to land on the person that hated the spiders the most, and they had the biggest fear. Landed on her chest, and she almost jumped out of the vehicle. She climbed over her husband to get off the vehicle while the lions are busy hunting next to us. And of course, the husband had to kind of drag her down and keep her in a seat and calm her. And of course, myself, I saw this whole commotion. And because of that, she screamed blue murder. I mean, she was screaming. And due to that as well, of course, the lions ran. They thought they were under attack, and they disappeared further. So it was kind of a big spoiler for many things, but it was also very funny that this lady wanted to jump off the vehicle with to be with the lions instead of the spider itself, and of course, and her husband. So yeah, that was very funny. But that just shows you how much fear the people do have on spiders. So yeah, don't worry, Carol. You can actually, I'll take the camera off that spider, so you can actually call your husband back. Yeah, I know. I'm sure that lady that almost jumped off the vehicle, I'm sure she almost, I'm sure she got over that by now. But I'm sure that fear's still there. A fear is a fear. Hortenbach, good evening. Welcome to WildEarth. Yes, it is beautiful colors. I mean, they're really stunning. I mean, that's typical, that danger colors with the black and the yellow. So they're really kind of, that's why I think a lot of people really is scared of the golden orbs. And they are very harmless. They do not bite at all. I haven't been bitten. I've handled many of these spiders before. So, don't worry about them, folks. They are very harmless.
Back to Pridelands, everybody, where we've done a big loop around and headed back towards Impala Plains, where we have found the resident impala. Been in the thickets feeding. Now, as the light starts to rain in, they'll move out into these open areas to protect themselves, or to at least have better visibility against any looming predators. We've had lots of lion tracks on our little loop around. Not sure exactly which lions, but it's one, possibly two adult lionesses with a few youngsters. Few sub-adults. Definitely be putting some effort in the morning. See if we can do some tracking. It's wonderful to be back in Pridelands with as much lion activity already. When I say last year, there was a bit of lion movement. But slowly but surely this area will start to get colonized and dominated. Only been open to Balule for about 3 years now, maybe going on 4 years. Slowly the territory is starting to be encompassed, and start finding more and more prides in the area. Impala going through a final little munching session, filling their bellies before the night falls, and then they'll find themselves out in the open, ruminating, chewing the cud, accessing the nutrients in their little family group. The night chorus here on Impala Plains. We had a Swainson spurfowl just a moment ago calling his displeasure. Scenes are very peaceful. That storm that was brewing, obviously, we only got the wind this side, but everything seems to have abated. Nevertheless, let's herd of impala here on Impala Plains. Going to make the most of the last few rays of sunshine. And they are moving out into the open for their security. So everybody, a lot of people are quite interested to know my point of view or my thoughts and feelings about the passing of the great Thandi. I only heard about it a couple of days ago. I came out of my meditation and I was swamped with messages of people informing me or asking me, and I don't have a full picture. I don't have a full story about what happened. I've tried to inquire, but I'm not in that area, so I don't have any of the right contacts that are getting back to me at the moment. But heartbroken to a point, you know. I mean, it's very sad that these characters that we know and love so much pass away, whatever the circumstances might be. But what I can say through my experience in life and how I like to live my life is that it's about celebrating the life of that animal. I mean, she's been on camera for 15 plus years. I wonder how many hours have been recorded of her in her goings on. How many youngsters have she's brought to the scenes, to your screens at home over the years. I mean, just in the time I've been at WildEarth since 2018, I've been absolutely blown away by the presence of that small female leopard, her ability to hunt, her ability to rear youngsters. It's just been such a blessing, and so I celebrate that. I think that the best way for anything to go in life is to be quick. And she's celebrated, had a very, very good life, had many, many youngsters. And she didn't slowly deteriorate and get old and lose teeth and get sick and get ill and go through this long process of decline. Apparently everything seemed to have been quite quick, whatever the process was exactly. So I celebrate that. I celebrate her life, the youngsters that she's brought to our screens, and their legacy that will carry on moving forward. So as much as it hurts the heart, I feel honored and privileged, hey BK, to have spent as much time as I have with her. And I know many of you probably feel the same. So we can definitely celebrate and mourn at the same time. But let's do the first. Let's be happy with what goes on and have a look at the youngsters moving forward. Maribe's still there. Tlalamba's with her cubs. I'm looking forward to maybe getting there sometime to have a look. How exciting that would be. So everybody, the light is fading with us here in Pridelands. We don't have the benefit of an IR light. So as it starts to get dark, we are going to be heading home and send you over to Tessa with her darkening sky.
All about the colours today. Certainly is a dark in the sky. I've just arrived at Buffelshoek Dam. It seems like a very tranquil evening. There's a massive dusk chorus going on, the occasional hippo popping up. You can just see a lot of different tranquilities all kind of moving into each other today.
Don't move your head. Keep waking up.
Absolutely gorgeous reflections. Have a look at that. It almost looks greener in the reflection than on the actual tree. I wonder if that might be because the water in the dam has got a bit of a greenish tinge to it. Maybe it's accentuating that green. I'm just trying to listen. Owen, what is that I can hear? Oh, wow. Okay, I don't know if you can hear it. I'm really, really, really hoping that you can. I'm going to give you 20 seconds just to listen, and then I'll talk you through it. I'm not talking about the prominent bird calls or the water. I'm talking about the very high-pitched hum. I'm hoping you can hear it, but there is a deafeningly loud, high-pitched hum. That's mosquitoes. So you can hear it faintly, but not nearly as well as I can. But that is mosquitoes. That is mosquitoes. That is mind-blowing. So we were here the whole of December, and we kept talking about how we haven't seen as many birds, as many insects, as many butterflies, as many spiders, and hardly any mosquitoes. But can I tell you, I spent the first week of my leave with my family in the Kruger Park. We hardly had a mosquito. We had a little bit of rain towards the end. By the time we flew back to the coast, there were mosquitoes everywhere. It's as though all of these mosquitoes came up overnight, and it's because we've had this really out-of-season burst of rain, and it's still strangely warm. And everything just seems to be aligning, and all of a sudden there's more insects, there's more spiders, and of course, more mosquitoes. So I think I'm going to have to borrow that spider of Cedric's that he was looking at earlier and just keep it next to me here in the vehicle, nab some mosquitoes while we're sitting here. Let's have a listen again. That is unreal. There are so many sounds around us. The mosquitoes have actually quietened down now. Yeah, I think I may have scared them off chatting about Cedric's spider. They really do seem to have calmed down a lot. But it took me a good few seconds to register what that even was, because we haven't had the normal amount of mosquitoes, let alone drones and drones of them, where you can physically hear them without having one close to you. And I think it sounds like they're concentrated here more on the left-hand side, because there's this little, like a little alcove in the water. And it's got a bit of a marshy section that runs backwards off of it. It's right there in the corner. There's a marshy section behind that is perfect for mosquitoes to breed in. And mosquitoes have to have water for their reproductive process. They have little larvae that hatch in water. And it physically took me a few seconds to register that those were mosquitoes and not some weird massive drone that I, for whatever reason, couldn't see. Chelsea Bun is definitely Owen that's attracting the mozzies. Hey, O-Dog. I'm actually very lucky, Chelsea Bun. I don't get bitten often by mosquitoes. I have very bad luck with other things, but mosquitoes, I don't generally have a problem. I know Owen is also very good with putting on sprays and things. I don't put on sprays. I'd hate to know what it would feel like to have all of these mosquitoes land on you. Luckily, I don't think they would. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of mosquito stories here. My brother is one of those unlucky ones. He's almost allergic to them. Gets bitten and he gets blisters. But I want to move us just a smidgen forwards because I can hear a bird calling in front of us. Just want to have a look. Maybe we'll get lucky. It sounds like it's just on this little tiny corner. Just want to have a quick look. Very late in the evening to have a bird, but you never know. Let's try and see if we manage to find it. It sounded like an alarm call, but coming from the edge of the dam, so I just want to listen again. Owen is spotting all the things. Another alarm call coming from the drainage line. That almost looks like a Wi-Fi symbol in the clouds. Strange how we can make shapes out of things. What a gorgeous evening at Buffelshoek Dam.
Back. Well, as you know, we are talking about colors. So I'm just thinking my director must turn me into Hulk. Yes, now I'm definitely feeling green, and I'm sure with our infrared, as you know, it makes me feel like I'm Hulk, the color of Hulk. Good day. I am the Hulk. And now we're going back to the old times. We're going to go to black and white, back to history. Well, there we go. We got all the colors for the evening. So maybe we don't just have to see the colors, but at least we can show them. At least we can show different colors on the screen. Of course, the infrared is very important. Well, as we can continue going to Shavambu Road, just trying to see if we can pick up on any good old leopard tracks around this area. Ooh, another golden orb there. I think thought Tess's mosquitoes, I think she needs to grab some golden orbs and chuck them into her vehicle and get rid of all those mosquitoes. But yeah, it's strange at this time of the year, all the mosquitoes coming through. Very strange, quite late. But we are definitely going to try and... Well, we continued taking a trip up Shavambu. Let's head back to Tess and see if those mozzies are carrying away.
Not yet. I'm still here. For now. I was worried for a minute though. John B, that is... I don't take malaria meds. I think it depends person to person. It's quite a personal thing. We don't, that I know of. I don't think anyone takes in the camp. And that's because if you live here long term, you can't be on medication for it every single day. It's not healthy. But also, it can mask the symptoms if you're on it for a very long, extended period of time. We're also not in a massively high-risk area for malaria. So it's not really needed, but I know, it depends on each person and what they decide with their doctor. But for us, we'd rather just deal with the malaria if we get it, I suppose, but it's quite unlikely to actually get malaria in this area. It has happened, but it's unlikely. So instead of that, if there are a lot of mosquitoes around, Owen puts on spray. I prefer a cream. I put on a cream, and that's pretty much sorts us out. No, I don't think I know of anyone in camp that is actively on malaria medication or anti-malarial meds. They also taste quite awful. They taste very bitter, and for example, my brother and his wife and the 2 kids that came out last week, they're on malaria medication or anti-malaria meds. And it's quite interesting because I haven't had them in years, and you kind of forget how bitter they are, but when you see the look on someone else's face, you very quickly remember how bitter they are. You can taste it in your mouth just by looking at their reactions, trying to get it down with the kids. Always fun and games, never a dull moment. I think I'm more likely to be carried away by something other than mosquitoes. I don't get bitten often. I hope I'm getting this name right. Darius Knight. I hope that was correct. I'm sorry if it's not. Insects can see in some forms of color, but different to what we can see. So insects can see on the UV spectrum, which we can't. So they can see colors. They can actually see brighter colors than we can. And I'm not sure if mosquitoes in particular would need that, but most insects do use it because they are obviously having to look for flowers and pollen, and the UV light and the UV colors actually direct them to the middle of the flower. But I'll have a look and see what kind of exact spectrum a mosquito would be able to see in, because it would be fascinating. Because they go for the blood source, they would be looking for veins and the heat of veins and the blood directly, as opposed to a particular color necessarily, although they are attracted to darker veins. So veins closer to the surface, for example, look like a dark green or a dark blue on your skin, and that is more noticeable to mosquito. Seems that I don't struggle as much with mozzies as I do with ticks. Ticks seem to be my problem. They always seem to find me. Always. I started my year off with tick bite fever, and I'm fairly sure it was from the long grass. Right next to the car, at the long grass. But there was a stage we went through where you would drive and the grass is so long that you'd look down and there would be a tick on your dashboard or somewhere on you, and you haven't gotten out the car necessarily, but because there's ticks everywhere, you could actually see them hanging on the ends of the grass. And they can also carry diseases and things like that, like tick bite fever. So I'm always more concerned about those than I am about mosquitoes. I'm also fairly terrified of any bites that have venom. Maribel, so ticks use a different mechanism to locate their hosts. It's usually dependent on air, oxygen and carbon dioxide. So ticks can sense an increase in carbon dioxide levels, and that means that there is a mammal close by, and that mammal is breathing. So when you breathe a lot, then a tick might notice that you are there. Also, any movement that walks through the grass, they'll kind of just latch on. So it's not all technical. Some of it is just blind luck of grabbing onto whatever walks past, but they can use things like carbon dioxide. They can also use heat, I suppose. But the main method would probably be carbon dioxide. So don't breathe excessively when you're near a tick. Could be interesting. It could be itchy, yeah. Something on the road.
You're right.
Oh, a scrub hare. Owen got super excited. We're going to sit with the scrub hare for a minute and just see what it does. Owen got really excited. So, we've been looking for Tlalamba since this morning. And actually in this exact spot, there's a wattle. And she always used to hide her cubs underneath this wattle. And in fact, where the scrub hare is sitting is the 2-track that leads to one of Tlalamba's old den sites. And Owen saw the eye in the road. I don't blame him for getting wildly excited. And of course, a beautiful scrub hare is always something to get excited about. I've got a massive soft spot for rabbits and hares. And it's Easter, yes, it's Easter coming up. Oh, listen to the lions. The scrub hare heard them too. So they are quite far away. You can see the scrub hare listened momentarily and then went back to foraging. But it sounds like there is a lion calling from straight west and a little bit northwest. So back towards Triple M where we started. Isn't that always the way? Beautiful. Oh, gorgeous little scrub hare. Okay, I think I'm going to carry on. Let the scrub hare carry on in peace. The longer we sit here, the more chance that we will attract something like a hyena. We don't really want to be the cause of that. So I'm going to leave the scrub hare. So just to catch everybody up, we stopped for the scrub hare. Was talking about the scrub hare, got completely distracted on a tangent, not a junction. Wow. A tangent, because I heard lions calling. Now, I don't think they're close enough for us to find, but the lions sound like they are straight west of me, back towards Triple M. Oh, there's leopard tracks here. That's exciting. See, I'm telling you, distracted. Anyway, the lions sound quite far away. Possibly around Triple M area, which is very close to where we started. Oh, poor spotted owlet. Gone. Kimberly, you are hoping for a last-minute leopard. So am I. Or a last-minute lion. I believe lions have been fairly scarce recently. But yes, the scrub hare we decided to leave after we heard the lions calling. We spent a little bit more time with it, and I didn't want to spend too much more time. It's in a very open area, very close to Tlalamba's old den site. It's actually on the 2-track. And the longer we sit with it in an open area, the more chance it has of a hyena coming along and finding it. So we decided to carry on instead. And we will see how it goes. I'm approaching the junction with Central Road now. So this is the area coming from Guaripan. That's where I came along. Now approaching Central Road. This is where Tlalamba was last seen headed towards this direction this morning on Dam Cam. Going along Central Road at about 6:10. And then myself and Eckhart found her tracks this morning going east and back west, all over. Spas, my favorite night sound, that is quite a tough question. I think there are so many. Here in the bush, my favorite night sound is probably a leopard sawing. If I'm lucky enough to hear it. Second favorite, I would say something like a pearl-spotted owlet and a hyena come very close neck and neck. If I'm at home, my favorite night sound is a water thickney, because we hear them all the time at home. And so it's the normal night sound when I'm there. And I think when you get to hear a leopard sawing, not much else at night can compare to that sound, because it almost gives you chills. Very raspy sound. I wonder where Miss Chalama went. I can definitely tell we had a change in weather today. It is so beautifully cool. I'm approaching a bit of a drainage line, and I can honestly feel it's a few degrees cooler down here than it was 10 meters further backwards. The magic of natural storms, I'm telling you. Horslover, based on where those calls were coming from, I would think it might be either the Talamatis or the Nkuhumas. It's a very tough call to make, although I know that more recently the Nkuhumas were seen in the west, and that would be kind of the area of Triple M, Arathusa, Simambili, that area. The Nkuhumas were seen there. So I would think maybe it's them. The Talamatis, I think, were last seen in that area quite a bit before the Nkuhumas. So, I mean, maybe they've done a giant circle and looped around each other, as the lions here do, challenge the norm. But it's probably, I would put my money on the Nkuhumas, especially because I heard two roaring, maybe even Blondie and Mohawk in particular, the evokers. Oh, okay. If anyone wants to know my favorite smell in the bush, especially at night, it's potato bush. I know I've said that before, but I've just smelled it again now, and it honestly, nothing compares in my mind other than a potato bush and a wild dog. Those are my two favorite smells, and at night it's definitely potato bush. Got Rebecca singing in my ear. Do you have a favorite smell, Owen? Yeah. Knobthorn flowers, that's a good one. Oh my word, I didn't even think of that. Knobthorns get the most, I mean, remember, knobthorns are the really big trees. They're massive. And they get the most gorgeous flowers right on the tops. And they do smell amazing. They're nice and sweet. Yeah, gardenias. Woolly caper is actually beautifully sweet as well. It's a creeper that grows on the tops of other trees, and it's got this flower that looks a bit like a cotton ball, but with spikes. Soft spikes, but spikes. Also unusual. I can actually smell something here, but it smells like an elephant. Or a horse stable. Not very likely, but that's what it reminded me of. All right, we might, I'm hoping we don't, but we might lose signal in this dip. Julie, you are 6 years old, and absolutely yes, the Easter Bunny is nocturnal, especially here in South Africa. I don't know where you're from, Julie, but definitely nocturnal over here, and very possibly one of my favorite family holidays, because we always have tracks left in the house, a little bit of poop here and there, Easter eggs. It's a lot of fun. Yes, I think the Easter Bunny is definitely nocturnal. Laura Moore, you want to find the Easter Bunny? Oof. Okay, I'll see what I can do. It's a few days early, so you might have to give me a few days to find an Easter bunny, but I'll try my best tonight. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it has been a lucky day, regardless of the electric storm. It was beautiful to watch. I love a storm. But having Steve, having so many different colors and sunsets and gold and stunning. Maybe we'll find an Easter bunny. I had 2 at home. Okay, I'm going to stop here just on the other side of the straight edge line because this is the best place for me to listen. Okay, so this is exactly where Columba's tracks were coming to this morning. And I think she's somewhere around here. But what a brilliant day, everybody. I mean, look at these colors. We've had a colorful afternoon, a stormy afternoon. We've had Steve hugging trees this afternoon. I'm sure everyone's missed that. It's been really fantastic. And I think even just for us, knowing we can hear lions calling in the distance, knowing we found tracks of Kalamba this morning, there's a lot of promise out here today. And I think that means tomorrow is going to be a fantastic day. I'm very excited for it, and I think that we're going to have a great time. So we're looking forward to seeing you wherever you are in the world. Stay safe, sleep well, or good morning, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, and welcome to a misty Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands here in South Africa. And we are having a very entertaining morning with this mist. My glasses are as misted as the camera lens is. In reality, there is no actual mist. It's just really cold and everything's misting up. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here for the morning. It's so good to be back. Behind the camera is Eckhart, and we've started our morning looking for leopards in the mist of the camera lens. So we've had quite an entertaining morning so far. We've found some tracks. We cannot find Kalamba and her cubs where they were, but we have found some tracks. So I'm going to be tracking leopards in a very misty haze of the camera lens. But it seems like we have got some very early risers this morning. Waikisha Craft, we are ready to bumble. Thank you so much for your comment this morning. But anyone else that wants to send in any comments or questions, please get hold of us. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. Myself and Cedric and JP are looking forward to hearing from you this morning. I'd love to hear what you are hoping to see this morning. I know Cedric is going to be looking for some elephants and some lions. I am going to be looking for Kalamba and the cubs so I can catch up with them after a lovely family holiday with my family from the UK, my brother and his wife and kids. And I think it's going to be a spectacular morning. If you can hear it, there's a little bit of a dawn chorus, but everyone's a bit cold. Everyone needs a bit of a kickstart this morning. So we have been listening for a while. We haven't heard any serious alarm calling or anything like that. The tracks, however, are very fresh. And they're on this road. This is Central Road, just on the eastern side of Gowrie Dam Wall.